Hajira, can I request that you please like the agenda? Thank you, Hajira. Hajira, can we... It's gone off screen, Hajira. Thank you. Hajira, before we proceed with the agenda, can I have the apologies for today's meeting, please?
Good morning, Acting Chair. The apologies for today is the Minister has tendered an apology. The Minister's attending a GMSA conference. The DG has also tendered an apology. She's out of the country. We have an apology, as I indicated, for the chairperson of the committee and also Mr. Ngubese. Thank you.
Thank you, Hajira. Hajira, we can also add the apology of Honorable Mkhakha. He's
Will
still
do.
away on the international study tour. He's expected back. Thank you so much, Hajira. And let's again go through the agenda. As welcome everyone, I've recognized the Deputy Minister who's on the call, and you have given us the apology of Minister Malatsi. Colleagues, today's meeting we will be dealing with, after the adoption of the Minister's substantial discussion, going to the last two entities, Q1 and Q2 report, performance reports for ZADNA and SITA. And then we will go into the consideration adoption of the oversight report 2.10. May I then request members if there's any input into the agenda and that we adopt the agenda, please. Honorable members. Honorable Bodlani, good morning.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the colleagues on the call as well as the DM. I move that we adopt the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bodlani. Honorable Matafa. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, DM, colleagues. I second the proposal to adopt the agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matafa. Hajira, can I then request that you flag the minutes?
Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Minister DM Kungupele.
My extreme apology for bordering on rudeness because I thought you had passed the item on apology. My flight is taking off at 12:20.
Okay.
I hope the chair will indulge to Cape Town.
Yes, your apology is noted, DM.
Thank you,
so
Honorable
much.
Chair. Thank you.
Hajira, over to you.
Good morning, members. Members, we have minutes 24th of February, where we dealt with the outcome of the policy colloquium. And we also dealt with DCTT on the progress of the development and implementation of the AI policy framework, as well as the National Data Center Strategy and Data Sovereignty Safeguards. On the first page, we have the attendance. On the second page, attendance as well. We had the opening and welcome, the opening remarks of the Minister. We adopted our minutes 17 February. And then the presentation by DCTT on the progress of the development and implementation of AI policy framework was presented to us. These were the observations. I'll read the recommendations, members. That the committee resolved that the Minister should ensure a fast track to the finalization, including cabinet approval and gazetting of the national AI policy. Issue interim AI safety guidelines and national public advisory by Q2. Conduct a full sectorial AI jobs impact study and present results by Q4. to quantify risks and opportunities, ensure a coordinated plan to collaborate with relevant departments to launch of a national AI skills and digital literacy program across schools, TVET colleges, universities, youth hubs starting in Q3. Ensure an accelerated broadband rollout and digital inclusion initiatives with measurable progress by the end of 2025, prioritizing low-income and rural areas. Ensure the beginning of migration of sensitive and critical government data from the multinational platforms to SITA, manage sovereign cloud infrastructure on report progress to the committee by Q3, and ensure a publication of a national ethical AI guidelines covering transparency, explainability, fairness, and human oversight. Ensure that the development and launch of a national program for indigenous language AI models. Ensure the establishment of an AI innovation support framework for startups, SMMEs, and researchers by Q3. Ensure that a regulatory responsibility map and formal inter-regulator coordination agreements are established by Q3. Conduct in-person AI awareness and public consultation roadshows across provinces during the 2026 public participation window. Ensure that the publication of a unified digital infrastructure roadmap integrating AI, cloud, broadband, and data center strategies by Q3. And ensure a roadmap on the expansion and modernization of SITA's sovereign cloud, hyperscale, and edge capabilities with phase implementation from Q4, and ensure the establishment of a comprehensive government-wide AI Governance Council to oversee, report, and coordinate efforts prior to the full policy rollout in 2026. Further to that, a presentation by the department on the outcome of policy colloquium was made. These were the observations, members, and then I'll read the recommendations. The committee resolved that the minister ensure the integration of the inputs from the policy colloquium into a revised AI and digital policy drafts and table a consolidated outputs by the end of Q2. Ensure the address of regulatory uncertainty raised at the colloquium by initiating focused amendments to outdated digital legislation by Q4. Ensure a dedicated interdepartmental coordination mechanism to resolve the fragmentation highlighted at the colloquium by Q3. Ensure the implementation of the improvements of way leave processes and municipal approval systems directly responding to colloquium concerns by Q3. Ensure the development of targeted interventions for rural and township digital inclusions as raised at the colloquium to begin rollout by Q4, and ensure the launch of a strengthened digital skills initiative informed by colloquium's findings on national skills development starting in Q3. Ensure the institutionalization of the policy colloquium as an annual multi-stakeholder forum, ensuring continuous engagements from 2026 going forward. And the final presentation on that day was the National Data Center Strategy and Data Sovereignty Safeguards. These were the observations made. And then the recommendations I'll read to members. The committee resolved that the minister ensure that the department and publication of a government data migration plan prioritizing sensitive data sets for transition to sovereign infrastructure by Q3, ensure the establishment of an interdepartmental sovereign cloud steering committee to coordinate migration standards and oversight and to report to the committee by Q3, ensure the finalization and enforce data center facility standards on uptime, redundancy, and cybersecurity by design by Q4, ensure the initiation of a national hyperscale and edge data center expansion program, including site selection and procurement milestones by Q4, ensure the conclusion of an agreement with relevant energy and water authorities for reliable supply and on-site generation at priority data center sites by Q3, and ensure the implementation of standard national wayleaf processes with set turnaround times by Q3. Issue a data residency directive requiring sensitive government data to remain on authorized sovereign infrastructure with compliance audits by Q4. We've after that had an update on the program and an update on the subcommittee work, members. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Hajira. Thank you for that very comprehensive minutes and recommendations. It keeps us quite busy, it keeps the minister quite busy in 2026 to give effect to those recommendations. Colleagues, are there any inputs or additions into the minutes before I seek your assistance to adopt those minutes? There's no additions. Colleagues, can I then seek your guidance and your assistance to have these minutes adopted, please? Honorable Matafa.
Thank you very much, Chair. I move that the minutes be adopted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matafa. Colleagues, can somebody second that adoption? Honorable Podlani.
I'm sorry, I'm on mute. I second, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Podlani. Thank you, colleagues, for that assistance. That gives us quite a jam-packed, but equally important to give effect to the matters that we discussed there surrounding those two key items around AI. Honorable members, we move into the substantive discussion of today, and that is to receive the Q1 and Q2 quarterly reports for the two entities that are remaining, that is ZADNA and SITA. Let me then invite Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister Gungubele. DM, the platform is yours to have your introductory and opening remarks, and then lead us into who will be doing the presentation, please. DM Gungubele.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Can you hear me?
Yeah, well, we can hear you, DM.
Thank you very much. I'm accompanied by the team. The DG is out of the country. The acting DG will be leading the entire team, but I thought thanking the Portfolio Committee for the opportunity, as usual, to share with you what our performance has been, where are the gaps, both in non-financial and financial aspects, and of course, engage with the committee and with regard to the committee's views on our performance and the ability to move forward, getting things better. But on the ZADNA, which is the domain name authority as a statutory, known not being for profit, it is here to demonstrate a strong recovery in its annual performance plan targets, share achieving 93% success rate in Q2. This operation success is undermined by an acute liquidity crisis and serious governance breaches. Specifically, the organization has utilized restricted funds for operational needs and is facing an imminent cash flow in Q3, which they are going to share with you. In Q1, ZADNA met 82% of its targets, which is 9 out of 11. Performance improved according to this significantly, with 93% of target in Q2, meeting 13 out of 14. However, the department analysis report indicates that this performance is much like a runner who wins a race but collapses just past the finish line due to the misuse of emergency. This is referring to the issue of the resources at their disposal, but they will explain this better. On SITA, Chair, the report for the first quarter of 2025-26 financial year, which ends 30 June 2025, represents the initial performance assessment under the newly approved plan of 2025-2030. This period is therefore not merely quarterly review, but a vital early indicator of the organization's capacity to execute its ambitious long-term strategy aimed at reclaiming its role as the central digital transformation engine of our country. The company's liquidity position appears strong with a cash balance of 2.61 billion. However, this is largely a result of collecting prior year areas rather than a reflection of current operational profitability. The enduring backlog of 192 audit findings from AG South Auditor General South Africa, though 81% resolved, continues to represent a material risk to the organization's credibility. In essence, Chair, while SITA is proving to it can deliver on discrete project, it is simultaneously grappling with deep-seated issues that threaten its financial sustainability, strategic relevance, and overall organizational health. SITA, Honorable Chair, demonstrates a period of measured progress and persistent challenges in its second quarter report for 2025-26 financial year. The organization achieves a 63.64% success rate on its planned quarterly performance plan targets, reflecting solid delivery in specific strategic areas such as operational efficiency, cybersecurity, and critical infrastructure rollouts like SA Connect program. And the organization maintains a robust cash position of 1.899 billion and reports a pre-tax surplus. However, this stability is overshadowed by significant revenue shortfall, a qualified audit opinion for the previous financial year, and the chronic operational issues manifesting in 68 high-impact service incidents. Share the core narrative of this report is one of an organizations in transition, grappling with deep-seated systemic issues while attempting to drive a digital transformation agenda. Strengths are evident in project execution within defined parameters, but weaknesses are exposed in foundational areas like financial controls, procurement agility, and change management. The trends indicate that while SITA is making headway in mitigating specific strategic risk, it continues to be hampered by legacy processes, client dependencies, and an inability to fully translate strategic intent into consistent, uninterrupted service delivery. At this point, Chair, if you so allow, I will ask the acting DG to actually unleash the teams for presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, DM Gongobele, for your opening remarks. Acting DG Ngobeni, congratulations on your acting position. Let me invite you to augment the opening remarks and also introduce the team that will be presenting in the order of ZADNA. Yes, please. Acting DG Ngobeni.
Thank you and good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. Morning, DM, the Chairperson of ZADNA, also the Chairperson of SITA. My name is Tinyeko Ngobeni, the Acting DG. I'm with also colleagues from the department, the DDG, Mlini Masholugo, and also Acting DDG Peter Melo and their teams. For presentations, Chair, we have the Chair of ZADNA with the executive team, and that will be followed by the Chair of SITA with the executive team to give us the presentation. Safe to say that, Chair, we do appreciate the invitation by the committee to come and provide this briefing on our performance on quarter one and quarter two. I'll hand over to the Chair of ZADNA to commence with the briefing and also introduction of the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting DG Ngobeni. As I invite the Chair of ZADNA, colleagues, the both presentations, we will take them back to back. Each entity will be allowed 30 minutes to do the presentation, which will include the opening comments of the Chairperson. Chairperson of ZADNA, welcome to the platform.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the committee members, the Deputy Minister, the Acting DG of Digital Technologies, the chairperson of SITA and colleagues on the platform. We are here to present the first and second quarter report, a performance report for ZADNA, and I think the DM has covered me. Peter, if you can perhaps flight the presentation as I make the introductory remarks. I am joined by Mr. Madavu, who is the acting CEO, Miss Sibongile Ndlovu, who is our executive manager finance, and Mr. Nganyani, who is our audit and risk chairperson. I think that the DM has alluded to this, that for quarter one we had 82% achievement, and quarter two it was 92. Quarter one we missed 11. We missed 2 targets, and quarter two we missed one target. And maybe just to highlight this and indicate that in terms of the targets that were missed by ZADNA in quarter one and quarter two, it's about the domain name registrations, because we always look at the net growth, not necessarily how much domain names were registered, because how we calculate is that we would say new registration minus deletions, and then we take the final number as the net growth. Not necessarily to say that we might have missed the target, but perhaps to highlight that we might have had more deletions of the domain names, which has brought on the issue of how do we continue to retain the people who have already registered, so that we do not come back and say that we have lesser people utilizing the ZA domain namespace. Having said that, and then moving on, is that in terms of the of also the liquidity matter at ZADNA, we are facing a serious liquidity matter issues at ZADNA. We are under a big financial constraint, because we had I think we've said this before at the portfolio committee, that we had an agreement with USASA, where USASA was supposed to pay us about 7.7 million, and they still haven't paid us that money, and we had gone ahead and implemented the project that we had agreed that we would be doing with USASA. ZADNA is a very small entity, and if and if 7 million is a lot of money for it, in terms of looking at other entities of the department, which might be bigger departments, and that ZADNA's main income is from domain name fees, and we get about say close to 25 million a year. So can you imagine if we have the discrepancy of a creditor who's not paying us 7 million? It's a lot of money. I think this will also be highlighted when the colleagues are making the presentation in terms of liquidity and where we are. But also, having said that, I think perhaps given the nature and the critical nature of ZADNA, I think we need to go back also and review in terms of how we begin to fund ZADNA, to make sure that it's always sustainable. Because one would say that if anything was to happen to ZADNA, then we would really say it would be chaotic. The implications are dire in terms of the digital space in the country, and so on and so forth. And one last thing that I would want to speak to, Chair, is that I think at the last presentation that we made to the PCC, we had highlighted that the CEO is undergoing the process of the disciplinary hearing, that this was initiated after a report from Mora indicated that there was some wrongdoing and some misconduct, and so we are still on that process. And I had said in that meeting, the last meeting, that we think this process will be finalized before the end of the year 2025. But some of you know that some of these processes sometimes take a life of their own. We are still in that process. And we are hoping that this matter will be resolved by end of March, and then we'll come back to the portfolio committee to inform them of the outcomes of that process. Without wasting any more time, I will hand over to the acting CEO, Mr. Madavu, to take us through the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Madhav, Acting CEO.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Acting DG. Thank you, DDG. Members, thank you for the opportunity. May I get a confirmation if the presentation is showing from both sides?
Yes, it's showing, Mr. Madhav.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just go straight to the presentation. In terms of the performance, the Chair, thank you again, Chair. The Chair have given us the highlight of what the achievements are all about. I'll just give you the overview. Chair, for quarter 1, we had 11 targets, and then we achieved 9 of them, only missed 1, which gave us an 82%. In quarter 2, we had 14 targets, and we achieved 13 of them, and then only 1 was missed. That gave us 92% achievement. So both quarter 1 and quarter 2, we were over 80% achievement as an organization. In terms of the organizational health for the quarter 1 and quarter 2, Chair, we showed for those 2 quarters, we showed positive state of the financial issues. And then in terms of human resource, we had to fill the position of the executive manager, technology, digital services, as well as the accountant, and we also experienced the resignation of the finance manager. In quarter 2, we had the resignation of the finance administrator. In terms of corporate governance, for both quarters, quarter 1, quarter 2, we implemented risk maturity improvement plan. McKinsey Consulting remain our external auditors for quarter 1 and quarter 2. And then for quarter 1 and quarter 2, we were able to achieve 90% of audit finding resolution rate. In terms of the corporate governance, Chair, you remember that the last quarter we have reported on the matter of the former CEO, Mr. Pisani. In this quarter, in quarter 1, quarter 2, the final quarter, which is quarter 2, we were able to give him a notice, 15 days to file the documents, and then we were able to allow the process to go to the end. Chair, as much as I'm presenting under quarter 1 and quarter 1 and quarter 2, safe to say that at this stage, Chair, the issue has been finalized. They've been struck out of their role. It has been finalized. We're no longer going to be dealing with this. Chair, in the detail of quarter 1, quarter 2 performance, I'll just try to be as fast as possible. And the target of the domain name registration, our target was 1,285. We've achieved that by achieving over 1,301. Quarter 2, the target was 1,928. We achieved it exactly the same number that was given there. And quarter 1, in terms of the school digitization process, the target there was to have the project plan approved. We have achieved the target. In quarter 2, we had a target of 250 digital platforms that were supposed to be deployed. We achieved the target by deploying over 250 platforms. In terms of the awareness campaigns, quarter 1, the targets there were 8. We were able to achieve that by 5 by having 25. In quarter 2, that we had 7 awareness campaigns, and we achieved that by doing 15 in that quarter specifically. We had 1 target that was for the partnership review in quarter 1, and then we were able to review the target, the partnership, and then the report was developed and finalized, and then we had achievement under each of the 23 partnership against that agreed in areas of collaborations. There was no target for partnership in quarter 2 for under the quarter review. The next target becomes the target of the industry-wide domain name registration abuse. We were able to achieve that. The target there was to draft industry-wide domain name abuse management process. We achieved the target. We have scoped and developed the draft industry-wide domain name abuse. The second target was to have the reduction in the domain name related cybersecurity incident within the ZADNA namespace. Under quarter 2, we have achieved the target. The next target was the target of the stakeholder engagements in quarter 2. We achieved it. We had distinct engagement initiatives that collectively enforced standing across government, industry, and civil society. The next target was the target for the internet governance, where the target there were 5. We have achieved that. In quarter 1, quarter 2, we had 7 IG engagement. We also achieved 8. Chair, as I continue, the next target becomes the target for the baseline, approved baseline and compliance improvement. Quarter 1, the target there was to have the project plan approved, and then we achieved the target. There was no target in quarter 2.
And then the third target there was to have the 99,999 availability rate achieved. This is in relation to the availability of our infrastructure, the response and all that. We were able to achieve that. There was no any record that was of failure or outages during the quarter. We were able to achieve that. In quarter two, we also achieved that because there was also no outages that were reported under the ZA infrastructure. Chair, the next target becomes the target of the non-commercial domain name registrations. The target there was to have 88,748. Chair, I must say that this is a target that we were able to achieve. Instead of achieving 88,000, we achieved 72,763, which gave us a shortfall of 15,985. Part of the plan that we said we're going to do in terms of corrective actions was to make sure that we engage the stakeholders, have regular meetings with the service provider, and the registrars as well, in order to mitigate the non-achievement. Chair, that those meetings were helpful, that we were able to see difference in terms of the progress that we were going on that particular target. In quarter two, the target was 90,000. Chair, and then again we were unable to achieve that. The target was 90, we were able to achieve 78, which gave us a shortfall of 11,000. But based on the shortfall, Chair, it shows that there is progress in terms of the mitigation strategy that we've applied, because we see a reduction. And we also say that as when we come to quarter three, that indeed it shows some fruitful collaborations from all stakeholders. Chair, the next target became the target of the technical sessions in terms of the DNS ecosystem. There was no target in quarter one. In quarter two, we were expected to have take our training on DNS ecosystem. The target was achieved. We were able to do the training. Chair, the next target becomes the trained resellers. Our target there for the quarter was 33. We were not able to achieve the target. We had to defer the target because based on the review that we had to do in line with the audience of the target group, we had to, part of the corrective actions, we had to make sure that the next training, we make sure that we put on social media to increase the reach in terms of the larger number that we expected to achieve, to have. In quarter two, Chair, we continue to have 33 trained resellers as a target, and then based on the intervention that we have on quarter one, we were able to get a total of 44 resellers that we trained for the quarter, which was an improvement from the quarter one. In terms of the next target, becomes a target of the implemented monitoring and evaluation. The target was to have approved business case. We were able to achieve that during quarter one. Quarter two, the target there was to document an approved business case. The target was achieved during quarter two. Chair, the next target becomes a target of education material development shared. There was no target in quarter one. The quarter was the target there was to have the content developed. The target was achieved. We developed, and we had developed and approved the content. It contained ZA reseller training manual, which was part of the target for quarter one and quarter two, 25-26. Chair, in terms of the next target as the employee satisfaction, there was no target for quarter one. In quarter two, the target there was to have the survey conducted. The survey was conducted, and there were recommendations that were given, and we were going to implement them during quarter three. The next target there, Chair, was the compliance with the key registration. For quarter one, there was no target. In quarter two, the target there was to review and update the compliance register, which we were able to apply to achieve by updating the baseline compliance register for during quarter two. Chair, I think that concludes the APP. I will then hand over through you, Chair, to Ms. Ndlovu to touch on the financial matters. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. Ms. Ndlovu.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honorable members of Parliament. I will be sharing my slides.
Ndlovu, we request that you put your video on if it's possible, please.
No problem, Chair. Mr. Matavu, do you mind sharing? I'm getting an error message from my side.
Then go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Chair, kindly confirm if you can see my slides as
Yes,
well
yes.
as the video.
Yes, I can see it.
Thank you. For the first quarter of the 2025-2026 financial year, ZADNA made a loss of 184,000. We had anticipated to make a loss of 356,617. In terms of revenue, the actual revenue was less than that was budgeted for. This was because of an increase in the number of non-renewed domains. For other income, the actual amount was also less than what was budgeted for. This was because of the non-renewal of domains, which affected the non-commercial subsidies. In terms of the expenses, our expenses were lower than what we had budgeted for. In terms of the line items that exceeded our budget, we have travel and accommodation. There was some traveling that took place, both local and international, that resulted in the budget being exceeded. There was also the SA Internet Governance Forum, which took place in KZN for a period of 3 days. Costs such as catering costs exceeded our budget. We also purchased a software that is used to monitor domain abuse. The software was not budgeted for, which resulted in a deficit. In terms of the second quarter of the financial year, we made a profit of 1,005,600. We had anticipated to make a profit of 2,596,610. In terms of our revenue, our actual revenue was more than what was budgeted for. This was because of an increase in the number of domain name registrations from 72,804 in the first quarter to 76,894 in the second quarter. In terms of other income, our actual income was lower than what we had budgeted for. This was because of the low bank balances, which resulted in lower interest being earned. With regards to our expenses, due to us introducing cost containment measures, our expenses were lower than that was budgeted for. In terms of the line items that exceeded our budget, we have directors' fees. There was an increase in the number of sittings in the second quarter. This is due to the issues that had to be discussed. For instance, the annual general meeting that took place, as well as the preparation of the Fs and the discussions surrounding the annual financial statements. In terms of the statement of financial position as at the 30th of September 2025, the total for non-current assets was 17,709,391 rands. In terms of total current assets, we had 11,952,024 rands. What made up current assets included trade and other receivables with a balance of 11,004,984. We also had cash and cash equivalents with a balance of 947,040 rands. The total assets for both quarter 1 and quarter 2 amounted to 29,661,385. In terms of total current liabilities, the balance was 6,719,499. Our assets, our total asset exceeded our total liabilities by 22,941,886. This means that the entity is a going concern. In terms of the breakdown of the trade receivable age analysis, for debtors sitting under current, we have a balance of 2.4 million. For debtors sitting under 1 month past due, we have a balance of 96,000. For 2 months past due, we have a balance of 0. For 3 months past due, we have a balance of 2,000. And for over 3 months past due, we have a balance of 8.4 million. The 8.4 million is made up of USASA, MIC SITA, as well as PPI. We are currently in discussions with these entities in terms of trying to recover the amounts. During the second quarter of the year, our internal audit team performed work on our ratios. The first ratios that they looked at were the liquidity ratios. They noticed that the following ratios were rather noted as unfavorable. These ratios include the current ratio, the cash ratio, as well as the operating cash flow ratio. In terms of the average creditors payment period, it takes ZADNA about 139 days to pay off its creditors rather. In terms of the solvency ratio, our debt ratio is favorable as it is sitting at 23%. The main reason for the unfavorable ratios, Chair, is because of the long outstanding credit debtors balances, as well as the cash flow constraints. In terms of the challenges that are currently facing ZADNA, we are currently facing financial constraints, as the Chair has mentioned. Cost containment measures have been put in place to manage spending. Payment arrangements have been entered into with critical suppliers. There's also a revenue diversification plan which has been approved by the board and will be implemented during the 2026-2027 financial year. Chair, I'll hand over to the acting CEO to close the presentation. Thank you.
Before I let you go, Ms. Ndlovu, can you please go back to the income statement for Q2?
Okay, no problem, Chair.
Can we say, therefore, that the figure of 2.5 million is actually a loss, a budgeted loss, because your expenses is 9.5 and your income is 6.9? So can we say, put that in brackets, maybe that 2.5? So was it a budgeted loss of 2.5 million? And against that, you have made a surplus of 1 million rands. Would that be the correct way to process it?
Yes, Chair, that is correct.
Maybe the 2.5 should be in brackets, please, ma'am.
Yes, Chair, correct. Thank you.
Okay, and that is attributable to the cost containment of the 9.5 million. Thank you so much. Thank you for the clarity.
Yes,
Acting CEO, you want to, thank you, Mr. Madavu, you want to add and augment the discussion to date?
Thank you, Chair. No, I think we have touched on both two issues, the APP and the finances part. I think that concludes our presentation from our side. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Chairperson of ZADNA, let me just check if there's any additions you wish to make.
No, Chairperson. Thank you very much. I think we've covered all the issues. I'll hand back over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of ZADNA, and thank you to the team for your very brief and succinct presentation, which is welcome. Colleagues, we'll now take the presentation from SITA. Let me invite the Chairperson of SITA, Ms. Madau, for your opening remarks. Ms. Madau, welcome to the platform.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, the DM, as well as all colleagues on the platform. We certainly appreciate the time to present to the committee. And with me, I have the acting MD, Sidima. I also have an interim CFO who is new at SITA, and that is Ms. Carmen Lagraj. The acting MD is currently out of the country, and that is why I'm with this particular team. And the acting CFO is actually the interim CFO is new at SITA after the contract of the previous CFO who left the organization end of the year. I think, as the DM has indicated in his overview, we are working towards improving the audit outcome. So it was necessary that we have a resource comes in. So that is the team that will be presenting with me today. However, I will just highlight few things to the committee. The first one being that for Q1 and Q2, SITA has achieved an average of 70% in terms of targets that we had set for the 2 quarters. Another item that I would want to highlight is, as you would have seen in our reports and in the presentation, in terms of our debtors, we have outstanding debtors of around 1.3 billion, which closely represent also a similar amount in the previous financial year, particularly around this particular time, because there has been challenges with collection. And we have been working tirelessly in ensuring that we improve that, such that when you see the final financial statements, that should have improved. There are policies that we are now implementing and enhancement as well as in our contracts with SLAs with our clients that will ensure that we improve in this particular regard. I think another important thing that I also believe I should highlight is with regard to a surplus. As the DM rightfully pointed, SITA is still very much sustainable. SITA is still very much in line to fulfill the mandate that it has. And you would see on our income statement that we do have a positive surplus. However, that is below the budget. As we reported in our previous appearance, we had to take a strategic decision, which was in response to some of the challenges that have been expressed by customers, which says that SITA is expensive. And some of the strategic decisions that we had to take was to reduce our network pricing model and implement a model that is more competitive, and in response to ensuring that we are also addressing some of the key concerns that are being raised by some of our key customers. And with that, you will see that that has resulted in us taking a knock on the bottom line. However, this is expected to ramp up, because when we took that particular decision, there are certain service lines that are certainly going to improve. However, that improvement will come over time. In the model that we selected, it's likely going to start showing in year 2 and in year 3. However, that knock for now was necessary. Again, I emphasize, we are still profitable. I think another aspect I would want to highlight, Chair, with your permission, is this being the last month of the financial year, I think it will be good that we also highlight some of the developments. As the DM highlighted, we are currently qualified and we are working on improving that. And in terms of implementing findings from the AGSA and addressing those, we currently stand at 70% in ensuring that we can achieve an improved audit outcome. Another aspect I would want to highlight, I think the last time we appeared here, we were indicating that we are in the process of appointing a new MD and stabilizing the leadership. And I think in that particular regard, that has been attained. Our new MD will be starting on the 1st of April. Another aspect that I would highlight, which again to the committee, was to say that we need to stabilize the leadership. There's been a number of adverts that have been issued to fill the vacancies that are at EXCO. I must say, for that we're prioritizing a CFO, again, due to its critical nature, HR, procurement. DM highlighted that we're not as agile as we should be in terms of procurement, and that's another matter that we're also responding to, and those adverts are out as well. I think another aspect that we are also working tirelessly on was to improve overall, again, this being the last month of the financial year, to improve overall in terms of our achievements of the APP. You will recall previously that we had achieved around 42%. I can certainly confirm here that our projections are definitely indicating that we would have improved that. I don't want to say the number yet, but we have projected that we're definitely going to improve beyond that. I think with that particular overview, I would want to welcome Sidima, who is acting as the CEO during while Mr. Reddy is out of the country. He will be followed by Carmen, who is the interim CFO. Over to you, Sidima.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable Members, Honorable DM Kongobele, the Chairperson of SITA, and the Chairperson of ZADNA, and colleagues. Good morning. I'm Sidima Ntsangane, the Executive responsible for Applications, Development and Maintenance, currently standing in for the Acting Managing Director, Mr. Gopal Reddy, who is traveling on business. Firstly, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the Portfolio Committee inviting SITA to present its performance for Q1 and Q2 of the financial year 2025-26. Chairperson and members will be taking you through the progress on the execution of the APP and also outline strategic interventions where we encountered challenges on achieving our APP targets. And the performance that we are reporting on, Chairperson, is against 6 strategic programs that are aligned to our APP. And the Honorable Deputy Minister and Chairperson of SITA have given an indication that on Q1, we achieved 77.78% out of 9 targets that we were measuring. And in Q2, we achieved 63.64%. And that slight dip was caused by the fact that in Q2 we were measuring ourselves against 11 targets instead of 9 that we measured ourselves against in Q1. Under financial performance, we're going to be giving you a financial performance ending 30th September 2025, which covers the first and the second quarter of the financial year. And we're going to be talking to the issues of revenue performance, expenditure management, debt management, and also giving you progress towards corporate financial targets. Honorable Chair and honorable members, I've got my colleagues who are assisting me with the presentation. I've got Stokile Kabe, who is the acting executive for corporate and digital strategy. And the division is the custodian of the SITA corporate strategy and inherently the custodian for the SITA corporate performance. She will be taking us through the corporate performance for the 2 quarters. And I've got my colleague, Carmen Lehrange, who is the CFO, and she will be taking us through the financial performance of the 2 quarters. KG, can you assist with sharing the presentation? I noticed, Honorable Chair, that KG doesn't have access, and if he has been given, thank you very much, he has been given. Honorable Chair, with your permission, can I give over to Stokile Kabe to take us to corporate performance? Thank you.
Please do.
Stokie, over to you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members, and good morning to the Chair as well as the DM. If we can just go directly to the slide on the programs. The Chair and the acting MD have already covered most of the presentation. All right. Honorable Chair, we've got 6 strategic programs that we are implementing as part of our APP for the current financial year.
And these programs are mostly focused on the customer external environment, and some of them are looking at internal to ensuring that we improve our internal operational inefficiencies and also remain sustainable as an organization while strengthening our governance to ensure that we achieve an unqualified audit opinion, as well as ensuring that we mitigate our strategic risk registers. With regards to program 1 for customer experience, what we are focusing on there is ensuring that we rebuild our relationship with our customer, prioritize issues that are causing customer dissatisfaction, and ensuring that we measure the performance of our customer satisfaction as well as the brand reputation, because we want to ensure that we improve the trust of our stakeholders. We are implementing strategies to ensure that we achieve this customer satisfaction as well as the brand reputation. Program 2 looks at innovation and partnership. In innovation, we are developing new and innovative cutting-edge technologies, which we are implementing in government, and we are collaborating with the SMMEs as well as the industry to develop these solutions and piloting them. These solutions are mostly centered around ensuring that we prioritize challenges and issues that are causing pain when it comes to public service delivery. In this program also, we are focusing on ensuring that we build strategic partnership with industry to accelerate digital transformation while we augment our internal capability. And program 3, it's the core of the business itself, which looks at the providing digital services, platforms, as well as ensuring that we provide secure network, as well as the hosting capability to provide the services to government itself. And you will see that there's a number of indicators that we're focusing on there, which is the provision of digital services and extending our cybersecurity capability, ensuring that we finalize SA Connect through our broadband connectivity initiative, and also implementing a disaster recovery center for government, while we're also on the bigger drive to implement a marketplace which hosts our Citizen Super app. Program 4 looks at the revenue and financial sustainability. We are prioritizing growth in revenue and ensuring that we are sustainable when it comes to measuring our EBITDA. And program 5 talks to our operational efficiencies, where we are dealing with issues within our value chain in terms of process delivery and fixing the inefficiencies, automating our processes and improving our turnaround times, and particularly in the area of procurement, because it has been a pain point for our customers. And most importantly, we are also looking at improving our employee value proposition to ensure that we retain, attract the relevant target that assist us to deliver this transformation to government, as well as pushing the mandate of the organization. And what we are looking into in there is also improving the performance of our employees internally to drive business results. When it comes to the last program, which is governance, what we are prioritizing there is to strengthen our governance arm, and we are ensuring that we improve our internal control environment to achieve a clean audit outcome by the end of 5 years, and also looking at our strategic risk arm. Next slide, Tanya. Highlights in terms of performance for both Q1 and Q2, Chair. We have started the year strong with a 77.78 performance, and we have also experienced a slight dip when it comes to Q2, where we've achieved a 63.64%. And for the financial year, we've had a total of 16 targets, and we've also seen a surplus of 89.4 million. What I would want to bring to the attention of the committee is that in Q1, the targets that have not been met, we had 7 out of the 9, and the 9 that the remaining 2 that were not met, we have since closed those gaps and achieved those targets. And the issues were relating to the finalization of the partnership agreements, as well as the implementation of the digital services, and those gaps have been closed. When it comes to Q2, there were 4 targets that we have missed there in Q2, and those targets also have been, the gaps have also been closed to where we are sitting to date, except for 1 target. And the 1 target that we have not closed, that one, is the outcome on the audit finding, audit opinion. As we know that the AGSA concluded our audit in Q2 of the financial year. We have received the qualification. We had planned to receive an unqualified audit opinion. This qualification shows an improvement also from the previous financial year, where we are sitting at a disclaimer, and we are putting in place, we've got an improvement plan to improve the control environment so that in the next financial year, we receive an unqualified audit opinion. The remaining targets that were not achieved there have already been, the gaps have already been closed. And the key achievements that we can speak to in terms of what we have done in the organization is to extend our cybersecurity capability in terms of securing the government data asset systems as well as the technologies that we are implementing in government to ensuring that they are secure. We have achieved on our targets in that regard. We have also completed our targets for the SA Connect connectivity project. We have achieved successfully, and we've overachieved on the targets that we have had for that particular quarter. We've also established, in the process of establishing a central disaster recovery center for government in the case of disaster, and we have achieved all the initiatives that were planned for Q2, as well as the employee value proposition. We are also driving the procurement turnaround time, monitoring it on a quarterly basis as well as the monthly basis, and our target is to ensure that at least 80% of the transactions that we receive, they are within the targeted turnaround times as agreed with the customer within the SLA, and we have consistently met that target for both quarters of the financial year. If we move to the next slide. The next slide just provides the details which I have spoken to, highlighting that 77% as well as the 63%. And what I want to talk to is that within the APP itself, there are about 5 targets which are annual in nature, which we are measuring at the end of the financial year. However, we are monitoring progress on a monthly as well as the quarterly basis to ensure that we achieve on those targets. And I'm pleased to inform the committee that we are seeing a significant improvement or progress towards achieving our annual targets. And those targets talk to the implementation of a brand reputation index, which is an index that we measure at the end of the financial year. What we have done within the 2 quarters is to develop a brand strategy with initiatives, targeted initiatives that we are implementing. And we've gone out recently into a open industry as well as stakeholders, where we are rolling out the survey. The results will be shared in the next month. And the other target that we are focusing on, which is annually, which is to develop the AI agent for government itself. We've got 2 agents that we have targeted that are aimed at improving the process efficiencies for government as well for SITA internally. And we are progressing well in terms of developing those agents. We've got both the POCs that have been piloted. We are finalizing the solutions, and the aim is to then roll out those solutions in the next month of March. Okay, we are already in March. My apology, we are rolling out in this month of March. And the other target that we are focusing on is the implementation of the Citizen Super App. This target was also developed. We've also developed the solution, was showcased at our GovTech conference, and we are finalizing the contracting processes to roll out the existing government digital services that are within our e-government portal and implementing them in our Citizen Super App. And we believe that we are tracking quite a good progress in that regard to ensure that our overall annual targets are achieved in that regard. And the issues of improvement areas I've already spoken to, that we've closing the gaps in the customer satisfaction improvement plan. We've already closed the gap in terms of the memorandum of understanding that we needed to conclude with our partners to innovate. We've already also closed the gaps in terms of the digital services that we did not meet in Q1, that we have already rolled out the 3 digital services to date. And there's one that we are finalizing for the financial year. In the governance side, we've already closed the gaps that were relating to the risk mitigations and the audit outcome that is already a target that we have not achieved. Moving forward. I think just to summarize the priority areas that we are looking into, with which we have already seen that by implementing these things, we are seeing an improvement within the organization. We are really collaborating with our customers and enhancing how we interact with them with those improvement interventions that we are putting in place. And we can see that there is an improvement in terms of our relationship. We are also looking at the automation, where we've automated the procurement processes, and transactions are already flowing through the automated processes. We're ensuring that most of the other activities that are relating to procurement in terms of RFAs and RFBs, we are then rolling them out, concluding them by the end of the financial year. And that we can see that there is significant improvement and efficiencies within the procurement space, hence we are meeting our 80% target there. In the issues of collaborating, we are strengthening internal collaboration to manage the interdependencies in our execution and communicate better so that we are able to achieve our targets. And the innovation, I've already spoken to the AI that we are putting in place and collaborating with the industry. And the culture element, we are also monitoring our performance with the employees, contracting with everybody and monitoring performance on the performance intervals to ensure that we close any improvements from the employee performance, as well as corporate-wide, where we are also having war rooms targeted at improving the performance of the organization. And lastly, there is a consequence management that is applied to the performance environment where performance has not been up to par, and that we can then take accountability on the work that has been done. That will be covering it from the performance perspective. I will then hand over to the CFO to take us through the financial performance. Thank you, Chair.
CFO?
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Good morning to the Deputy DM. Good morning to my board chairperson, and good morning to my colleagues on the platform. And thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity to present this morning. My name is Carmen Lagrange, and I'm the interim CFO for the SITA. My role this morning is to present to you the financial information. So if we can go to the next slide, so that I can show you what we'll cover. We're going to look at our statement of financial performance for the period end 30th of September 2025. I'm going to analyze a bit of the revenue shortfall, so do some analysis around there, looking at our key components of revenue. I'm going to talk to our corporate financial targets in respect of Program 4, which is the revenue sustainability and EBITDA targets. I'm going to talk to cash and cash equivalents as it pertains to the significant debtors that we have on our books. Also going to give you a breakdown of our trade debtors and an analysis of how that looks in terms of the number of days. And then I'm going to talk to our debt collection strategies. Chair, in our presentation, we didn't bring in the financial position. However, the team did present supplementary information, which we're happy to share, but I will just talk to you about the big highlights on the balance sheet, if I can be permitted. But for now, if I can talk to the income statement. Chair, if you look in the first column there, you'll see that our total revenue for the period was 3.3 billion as opposed to a budget of 3.8 billion. And if you look right at the bottom line, our profit after tax, although a positive surplus after tax, 89.440 million in that first column against 128 million, we did not achieve that particular target. And the key reason was due to that revenue indicator that you see there in terms of missing the revenue target. One of the key factors around that was the late signing of our SLA agreement with one of our key clients, being the South African Police Services. Happy to say that we've now managed to conclude that agreement, and it will run for a period of 5 years. So hence the reason for being below the budget. Chair, the next, so you'll see there the service categories, the 3.4 against the 2.998. And then also we missed our agency revenue budgeted amount, 409, achieved 402. There we lost 7.7. So although if you look further down, you'll notice we're achieving the gross margins. We'd like those margins to be a little bit higher. However, the key reason for missing the agency is really due to delays in our procurement process, which the Honourable DM in his opening comments and also our chairperson of the board did refer to the procurement delays. Chair, if you look very briefly at some of the expenditure items on the balance sheet, you'll see that most of the expenditure items are below budget. However, you'll notice that our indirect labour costs exceeded budget for the period of 564 million as opposed to the 521. And so one of the initiatives that we'll talk to later is around how do we get greater transparency into some of our cost items. Chair, then if I can move to the next slide and just further analyze some of the positive and negative variances for services revenue. Our negative services variance there for the services revenue, which is the biggest component of that revenue, was the 155.1 million. That was due to the SAPS annexures being signed late. Then we had another negative variance of 309.4 million due to actual usage of our services being lower than anticipated usage. Additionally, a 34 million negative variance on cloud hosting services, and that was due to slow onboarding of new clients to CFI Cloud and Oracle Cloud. And then another negative variance of 9 million in respect of a specific project in the Eastern Cape relating to PBX services. On the positive variance side, Chair, we had the biggest amount of that. You'll see there in the second bullet point. So total variance 27.1, but of that 17.8 million, which is about 2/3 of that number, related to the hosting environment. So our revenue budget was based on estimated consumption of the maintenance service, and actual consumption was more than planned because we were able to build some projects earlier as more sites were completed. And then, Chair, the other two, which are not really, significant to mention, was the 6.4 for the outsourced dedicated VPN and a 2.9 positive variance for application development related to the electronic deeds registration system for the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, and we achieved those in Q2. On the 7.7 million I spoke about on the previous slide, like I said, primarily due to delays in the procurement process, and they, we'll talk about it later, but we're actively addressing automation of procurement in terms of what you'll see in our subsequent months. Moving to the next slide, Chair. Like my colleague Stokey mentioned, this particular target sits under program 4, which is the EBITDA, our annual target being 11%, and we achieved 5% for the half year. And then our progress towards the revenue growth, we're aiming to achieve a growth of 10% in that new services target. And if you look there, we've achieved 44% of their target year on year. So we're 44% towards their 10% target. So 6.855 billion, as opposed to the actual progress that we achieved of 2.988 billion at the end of September. So in terms of EBITDA, I did mention one of our things to control EBITDA is revenue diversification and looking at growing revenue streams, and then obviously contributing to EBITDA is also cost. So looking at a cost containment, getting more transparency around what sits behind our costs, and particularly doing a deep dive into our chart of accounts. So those would be the two things that we hope to do in which we've done some of it in the third quarter and in the final quarter, as we move towards improving those targets. If we move to the next slide, Chair. Cash and cash equivalents. I think that the strongest number on our balance sheet is our cash, which is about 1.898 billion at the end of September. You'll see it there in the last block. And what we did is we compared how we're doing in terms of our outstanding debt to that cash, because our other significant number on our balance sheet is our debtors. So at the end of September, that debtors are sitting at 1.3 billion. And if you look at the trend over the prior year and the previous year, you'll see that the cash and cash equivalents is slightly lower there. And if you compare that to the debt, you'll also see that the debt is increasing as as opposed to the cash that we have at the end of the year. And so the unfavorable variance there again, largely a result of delayed customer billing. And I think it might be useful to mention that while the customer billing is late, it's difficult to raise customer bills without a government order. However, what we were able to do in the SITA is we raise the revenue up until costs, and what's not recognized without the invoices is the profit portion on the revenue, which we then do in subsequent periods. So part of the unfavorable variance there again, which was a bit tempered, was that we did receive 216 million rand from the Department of Communications, our shareholder, relating to the SA Connect project. So that also contributed to, although we weren't able to build that revenue, we still were able to have a bit of a positive cash and cash equivalent balance. Chair, if I can move to the next slide so that I can talk a bit about the debtors. We've done an analysis there of the customer receipts for the period over the total cash outflows and of course the billing. We really want to focus on the customer receipts and the billing. And you'll notice there, if you look at the trend, that the billing is lower in the current period compared to prior periods, because the billing in terms of the revenue that we received is related to the prior year. So in this current year, in the month of March and April, we were able to bill that outstanding customer debt, and the money flowed but into the new year. However, we did adjust the revenue numbers, but as you can see, the trend there shows the impact of, first of all, the late billing and then the receipts distorting that billing receipts ratio, which you wouldn't normally see if we were billing normally as we intend to bill. So I'll share a little bit more on the next slide in terms of what that debt is looking like. Our total debt at the end of September is 1.32 billion. Of that, we've got 54%, 707 million, that is in the 30 days outstanding. And if we compare that to the prior period, that's grown, and 32% was at the prior period. Further concern, Chair, is that of the 1.32 billion outstanding, we've got 23% of that amount, 353.6 million, where customers have indicated an inability to meet their financial obligations due to budgetary constraints. So they're unable to spend because it would be unauthorized expenditure on their side. So we have a number of interventions to begin to improve our debt collection, and I've listed it there. I think the first thing to mention is that we've got a legal escalation process that we have in play. So we are actively contacting our customers and making sure that our debt doesn't become prescribed, by making sure that there's constant follow-up, constant intervention in terms of the legal process. Our SITA legal assists us with that, so that we, like I said, we prevent interrupting any prescription of debt. You know that that's a 2 year. So if after 2 years you're unable to collect, you should be writing off unless the follow-up is uninterrupted. We do in Q3 and Q4, and in preparation for the audit, we do external confirmations of debt. So we're actively sending out confirmations of balances to our debtors or our customers. And we also have automated SITA CFO to customer CFO communication, so overdue letters and letters of good standing as well. And then we finally, Chair, have credit offset letters. Now, one of the things you get when you get to year end, you've got to show the debit and the credit, and a proactive measure here is to say, if you are able to get an offset letter signed, you just put the net amount into the debtors amount, so that doesn't distort the balance sheet. So we continue to look at those active interventions to improve debt collection. You may ask us, why don't we cut services? Honorable Chairperson, that's something we really don't want to do, because we're very mindful of the critical services that we provide to various government departments, like Departments of Health, Departments of Education, and having to cut services is really not the avenue we wish to explore, and hence the active management around managing our debt and our customers. Moving on to the next slide, and I just want to show you some of the numbers which I've already spoken to. You'll see there, Chair, our current debt, which is the 1.319 billion or the 1.32 billion, like I've said in the last column, represents, so the current debt, you'll see there, the 555 million represents 42% of their total debt of 1.32 billion. In the current and 130 days, it's an additional 4%, so it's there at 46%. And then debt in the 361 and aging bucket in the second to last column there, Chair, is 13% of total debt. So you've got old debt, which is 13%, and of the total debt, you've also got about 23% of our customers, 353.6 million of their total debt of 1.32 billion, that is under pressure. So we're saying, 20 cents in every rand is under pressure and not being, there's concerns around the collection around that. We've also listed their Chair, without going into details and calling out any of our customers, those customers that are in the 361 days and over. And what we're saying, those customers are being followed up as part of our active debt management and implementation plan. Chair, apologies for that. If we can move on to the next slide. Chair, so some of the closing remarks I want to make in terms of SITA's journey. I think important is that we've acknowledged our journey. So we acknowledge that we have a number of serious past underperformance issues, a number of historical challenges, and while we're now beginning to demonstrate what I believe are more concrete and visible measures, we are in a measurable turnaround phase of our company's, history. And Chair, our commitment to honestly reporting our numbers and ensuring continuous improvements is critical to us as a leadership team and to our board. We're delivering tangible results. My colleague Stokey showed the improvements in terms of achieving better performance as we move through the different, our 16 key performance indicators and the different programs. And we are starting to see measurable results in governance, and there we can talk about the audit status and how we're doing against that, and comfortable that we're moving towards a better audit outcome in the coming financial year. We're looking at significant operational efficiencies, better financial sustainability, as was alluded to by our chairperson of the board, where we're looking at more realistic numbers so that we're able to compete in the market as the preferred service provider of choice for the government, and that's in all spheres, provincial, national, and local government levels. And we believe that our transformation initiatives are really yielding results that can benefit South African citizens. Chair, then on strengthening partnerships, we believe that the only way towards becoming repurposing the SITA and becoming service provider of choice, Chair, is about sustaining and strengthening the partnerships that we have. We believe that that requires collaboration. It also requires partnership with this portfolio committee, who is responsible for our oversight and governance, as well as other partners that we have within the broader ecosystem, our suppliers, our customers. And so, Chair, SITA is committed to ensuring that we remain transparent and accountable, and we provide you with the information that you need. And then finally, Chair, we're gearing towards the SITA repositioning. We wish to drive the digital transformation in the country. We have big dreams and aspirations to compare with the best among the world. And to that end, our executive teams and our leadership has gone and looked at some of the models around the world and how can we ensure better digital services for citizens. And then finally, Chair, just a closing statement before I hand over to my chairperson. We're really committed to excellence. We believe we are on a trajectory of performance. We've identified gaps and we focused on closing those gaps, strengthening governance and accountability, and also ensuring comprehensive reporting to this committee, to our board, as well as to our shareholder, the DCDT. We actively part of all the forums that they have, and we really committed around ensuring that we meet our APP targets. Chair, with that, I'll conclude and I'll hand over to the chairperson of our board.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. Chairperson, as I invite you back to the board, there was a question maybe I should have asked earlier, but I failed to ask it. You indicated in your opening comments that there was a strategic move of SITA had taken, the impact of which will be seen not necessarily in the year, but in a year in the next year. And I tried to trace that strategic move. I didn't capture it quite correctly when you had done your opening comments, and I tried to trace that theme in the presentation. Maybe if you can just refresh what you had mentioned earlier, Chairperson, as you augment and make your additions to the presentations.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And you are correct in terms of it doesn't come out as it should. The decision was, as I've said, there has been, and there was evidence that our pricing, when it comes to network pricing, is not in line with the market. And in some instances, we were said, and it was correct, we were approximately 500% above. Now, that decision was made at the end of Q1. What that means for the results that are being presented now, it doesn't have as much impact. But when we look at the results Q3 as well as Q4, that comes up. I think that's the difficulty of coming to present when you are already so like a month away from year end. So you are correct in terms of the results that we're currently presenting based on the timing of that decision. It does not necessarily had a strong impact. Thanks for that. I think there's only one thing that I would want to also emphasize based on what the interim CFO had indicated. I think the challenge of some of our customers not paying us in time has been persistent. It certainly does impact SITA in terms of its working capital management. Now, the reason why that is not ideal is the fact that SITA, to fulfill its mandate, which includes providing innovative solutions, ensuring that we are able to contribute to the modernization of some of the systems in the public sector, would need to have its cash paid in time such that we are able to reinvest it accordingly. Now, the delay and the persistent delay in this does have an impact. And I think that's why from the CFO's presentation, there was an emphasis in terms of some of the initiatives that will be required in that particular regard. As she has said, a 5-year contract has been signed. However, there are still these annual finance approvals that still needs to be done that can delay if we don't have a government order in time. But certain interventions are being put in place for that. And I mean, we've also escalated to the minister and the DM as well in that particular regard. Because one thing that is clear is we don't want to switch services. Unlike the private sectors that do, we don't want to switch the service or switch off the services. However, it's also important that SITA is also prioritized in the cash flow management of our clients so that our delivery is also not compromised. I think with that, that's the only thing I want to emphasize. I would ask the acting CEO, is there anything else that you would want to emphasize before I formally hand over?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Chair. Chairperson, I wouldn't like to emphasize anything more than amplifying our commitment as SITA to deliver on the digital transformation aspirations of government, where we want that translated to the service that we give to our customers, which is the citizens of the country, ensuring that we better the lives and the quality of lives of our citizens. Thank you, Chair. That's all.
Thank you. Over to you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson of SITA, and thank you to the full team of SITA. Acting CEO of SITA, we will make you speak when honorable members engage. So you are not off the hook. We will engage you. Colleagues, thank you so much. We've received the presentations. We've been well assisted by both entities. We started at 9:20 and it's 10:30, and we managed to take to both presentations. We have sufficient time for engagement. The platform is open for us to recognize members to engage both the presentations. Honorable Matafa, I recognize you first.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning once again to you, the DM, and our colleagues on the call. Chair, let me join you in welcoming the presentations that were made. These presentations will definitely assist us in doing our work. I would just want to raise on a few issues. And the first one goes to both entities, which speaks to financial matters, especially as it relates to debt collection mechanisms. Because both entities show that there are debtors that are not coming to the party, which actually impacts on the performance of the entity. I'm looking at ZADNA in particular, over 30 days, and I think it's even over 60. Big debt is older than that time. So my question would be, what specific measures are they both taking to ensure that this debt is either fully collected or is being reduced, even if it's gradually over the period? And maybe just to find out, under such circumstances, what would be the role of the department where government entities are not coming to the party as far as settling the bills that they would have raked up on the services that they would have consumed? Chair, on ZADNA, I just want to inquire on the target setting process. There is a target called new commercial domain names created annually. What is the role of ZADNA in ensuring that these names are created? My question is, if we are waiting, or ZADNA is waiting for commercial entities to take up the name, how will they reach this target? Are there mechanisms that will ensure that this target is met, or is the target realistic to start with? Unless if maybe I'm not understanding what the target speaks about. But if it's about take up of the name, what control does ZADNA have so that they are able to put a target that they will measure themselves against? The third question would be on the targets that were missed. Are there concrete action plans with timelines and performance indicators that are put in place? I would have seen that in their narration, they do indicate that they are working on something, but that which they're working on, is it timed? Are there indicators to show movement? Or are there measures that really indicate that the needle is moving? If they can talk a little bit on that, I'll appreciate it. The last one, Chair, is on the increase of board fees. My question is simple. This increase, is it irregular or is it out of the ordinary? And if it is out of the ordinary, what has the board done to ensure that does not happen? Or at least are they able to show that there's value for money? Because, Chair, I'm raising this on the basis that the reasons provided on the financial presentation, these are activities that will happen annually. Reviewing financial statements, discussing annual reports. So this will happen every year. Now, if it is stated as an increase, as an expenditure for this year, then it means that it's a notable increase that maybe was not anticipated. What are we doing to ensure that this does not indicate instability in the board or lack of planning? And also if we're able to then say that there is indeed value for money. Chair, as I move to SITA, let me start by congratulating them for their audit opinion improvement. as well as them exceeding budget expectations and running a surplus of about 89 million. Now, I'm just also interested in 3 areas. Program 4, in terms of customer unhappiness. I'm calling it that because I would have expected that SITA will speak a little bit on their pricing model. And I'm saying this, Chair, because the presentation correctly identifies areas of concern and how the entity tries to address them. And for me, there are 2 areas that in all fora where we discuss SITA, the complaints is about 1, delayed turnaround times, which I will speak to after this point. 2, the above market pricing that SITA gives to customers. I would have expected that maybe they will speak to how will they review that if there is a need. Because saying that you're going to increase your revenue when your customers are already complaining about your high prices, for me, I think that there is a disjuncture there. And I think maybe it's important that we hear how SITA is going to manage it to come out of that situation. Dot collection I spoke to. Let me speak about the other one, which is program 1. And this is my last point, Chair, under the 6 strategic programs. And this one, Chair, I would want to bid a little bit for SITA, as controversial as I might come across. SITA on program 1 speaks about customer experience. But the reality, Chair, is that in the case of SITA, the customer is also a strategic partner in many instances, where they are also involved in assisting SITA to be able to deliver their mandate. I'll speak on a simple example. Program 1 still speaks about process automation and procurement efficiency. In other discussions, we would have learned that there are instances where SITA sits with the client in procurement processes, either to evaluate, either to design the spec, and ultimately to make recommendations or award. Now, in my past life, Chair, we would have seen underperformance by the supply chain department, and we'll call them to say, but explain yourself. They will put an indicator in terms of the performance of the bid adjudication committees. And you find that in many instances, departments or deployees or delegates of those particular departments are not honoring meetings, and therefore meetings are unable to form a quorum. You blame supply chain, but the problem is the performance of the committees. Now, maybe it's time that sometime in future, SITA must tell us where there is a complaint about delays. What is the role of the customer, which is also a strategic partner, in ensuring that their programs and processes move unhindered? Because that, Chair, also speaks to a customer saying, I'm not happy with the SITA turnaround time, but they themselves, not necessarily sabotaging, but I'll use that term due to a lack of a better word, sabotage the process that it doesn't move quicker, and then come around to the committee and everywhere else and say, SITA is not delivering, I can get a turnaround time, I'm going behind SITA, or I'm deviating from SITA and acquiring the service. I think it's important, Chair, that maybe in future, SITA must tell us, here we are delayed, but this is the performance either of committees or of this particular strategic partner, so that where there's a need, we are able to assist them. Because it cannot be correct, Chair, when the interministerial committees said, we always call our politicians out, but we do not speak to the bureaucracy that is also playing into the space of ensuring that there is a process efficiency. And that is my last point, Chair. Really appreciate the time to engage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Matafa. Honorable Delisha, and will be followed by Honorable Singh. Honorable Delisha.
Good morning, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Allow me, Chair, to keep my video off. Chair, let me start with SITA because it's a presentation that is still fresh in my mind. You know, Chairperson, at first glance, the report really does try to tell a story of an entity that's turning things around. We see the transformation and innovation that is part of the plan. But I think, Chair, if we look past that, very serious problems do emerge. I mean, Chair, I admit it's good that they made so much profit, which is more than they planned. It is good that they achieved most of their internal targets for the first 2 quarters, and I appreciate that they have a big plan to fix things within the entity. But Chair, my understanding is that I think they said this as well, they made money from interest on cash they had in the bank, not necessarily from doing the actual job, which is providing IT services, their core business, which is selling, IT services to government, is actually behind target. And that is a serious concern, or at least it should be. The reality, Chairperson, is that government departments are not paying. That is the biggest crisis. The amount of money that is owed to SITA, which is 1.3 billion, and half of that is like overdue, that is the biggest crisis. They admit, that this is much worse than last year. And I think it should concern us that if governments and, these government departments are not paying, SITA's entire, financial model will be or is broken, because they need that money that is not being sent to them. So my question, Chair, is that the report shows the government departments owe SITA this 1.3 billion, and we've got half of it, they've got half of it, long overdue. So how do they expect us to believe that SITA is turning around when, government departments are not paying them? Isn't this a sign that the government IT system is in a state of financial collapse? Why are they saying things are getting better when they are not? Because they're not if they are being owed 1.3 billion. So Chair, if departments like health and police, are simply not paying because they're saying that, my understanding is that they're saying that, they don't have budget for them. How do you not have budget for something that you need? How can they say that? So I just want to know, is there anything that SITA is doing together with National Treasury to fix the situation where a government department is saying that they can't pay for, essential services? Whose fault is this? Is it because these governments, are bad at budgeting, or what is going on? They briefly mentioned, Chairperson, a qualified audit opinion. And they do have a plan to fix it. They present to us that they have a plan to fix it. But a qualified audit means that their books are not in order. And they have a history of this, this SITA has got a history of this. So why should we believe that this plan that they have is different from the past promises that they've made to this, committee, to say we're going to fix things, we've got a plan, because this is not new. They have a history of this, and they've said this in the Gukbana, we've got a plan to fix this. And lastly, Chair, as far as SITA is concerned, SITA's job is to provide IT services for government. So with over 300 million shortfall in service, right? And this 1.3 billion unpaid debt, what is the direct impact on a regular person? For an example, Chair, are clinics in the Eastern Cape where I come from slower
because the health department cannot pay its IT bills. Because, you know, is this the reason why we always met with offline systems when we go and visit government departments and we get there, go to, you know, we are offline today, come back tomorrow? Could this be the reason why our people are subjected to this? Could this be the reason why police clearances are delayed? Is it because you've got a police department that is unable or maybe has no interest in paying their debts? Because I don't understand how a department can say we don't have a budget for essential services. That maybe there's just no will to cover that debt, Chairperson, and that is something that we should look into, because it does affect our people a great deal. That's why I'm saying that I need clarity in terms of, like, if I go, you know, to a clinic and their services are slow, their IT system is slow, and I can't get this or that, is it because of this inability to pay the debt by the departments? And maybe moving to ZADNA, Chair, I just have two questions. I just want to understand the .za domain is a public asset for, you know, South Africans. With this commercial registration falling, Chair, I just want to understand, has the .za domain become too expensive for our people and businesses, or it has become less relevant? Can I get clarity on that, on what is happening there? They also mentioned, Chair, awareness campaigns, but they don't seem to be working, you know. So I just want to know if they see that their marketing strategy is not working, and what they are doing about that. And Chair, I cannot state that for me, I'm never impressed by underspending, because it means that something is not being done, work is not being done. So it's not something that I applaud, underspending, because it does affect our people, because work is not being done. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just wanted to make those points.
Thank you, Honorable Vidisha. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to the Deputy Minister and all present at this meeting. Chair, I just want to start off with ZADNA, and I would just like to find out, is it normal for an organization to go ahead with a project if monies have not been received? Because one of the things that they said was that USASA did not pay the 7.7 odd million, but then they went ahead, they had, in expectation of those funds, they went ahead with the project anyway. And I'm just concerned about the governance issue there. They also stated that expenses were lower due to cost containment. But I also see that there's quite a lot of movement, resignations, ending of contracts of senior employees at the organization. I would like to actually have some kind of indication of what their vacancy rate is, and what are the timeframes to actually fill in some of those senior vacancies, and how much of that underspending was perhaps due to vacancy rates as well, apart from cost containment. And perhaps if they could just give us some information about one particular item where they went above their budget on the line item of international travel. So perhaps if they could just elaborate on that. Chair, when it comes to SITA, I do want to raise a concern. For me, their presentation, and yes, I haven't been here maybe for a previous SITA presentation, but I think the way they present their documents is not the easiest for us to actually interrogate and do oversight. The other thing is that the documents that I received didn't actually have the income statement, and the rest of those financial documents that were flighted on screen today. And that is concerning when we don't receive the whole document, because the whole point is that for us to go through that so that we can be properly prepared to interrogate some of those figures. And not having a statement of financial position and the screen just fleeting is problematic for me. I do want to say that whilst I hear the acknowledgement of a lot of things that historically did not work for SITA, I still I think that they are doing things reactively, but I'm glad that they're actually moving towards market competitive rates. And that has come about because I think it's the first time in this term that government departments can opt not to use them, so they don't actually have a monopoly. I just like clarity. I think SAPS was one of the departments that announced that they were moving away from SITA. I'm just seeking clarity that they actually now remaining with SITA. And I would like to know if any other departments have given SITA notice to actually find their own service providers. If they have any, I'd like to actually know about that. Chair, I also don't think it's right to tell us that their achievement rate in Q2 was lower because they achieved 2 out of 11 targets as opposed to or 7 out of 11 as opposed to 7 out of 9 for the first quarter. The fact of the matter is those 11 targets for Q2 were planned targets. So they just didn't appear from somewhere else. So it is concerning that they are achieving their achievement is actually going down in terms of their percentages. I'd also like them to confirm what their vacancy rates are. And yes, I think the acting CFO has actually elaborated, but it is a concern that over the years, debtors are actually going up. The amount of debtors is actually going up, and that's a problem, which there will come a time when their cash flows will be severely restricted if something is not done about that. And unless I missed it, I didn't actually hear anything about their position regarding creditors. Are they paying everyone within 30 days, or how is that working? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable Bodlani.
Yeah, there you are. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chair, on ZADNA, Chairperson, I think this is exactly the meeting where we must raise the alarm and highlight the red flags that we are picking up today. If we do that, we would have failed as an oversight body. And with the presentation that we received today, with the department also represented in the meeting, maybe they could also tell us what interventions are being put in place to make sure that we do not come back and have a conversation about the ZADNA that is not financially fluid. And this is the question that we have always asked to say, what more can you do as ZADNA to make sure that your core business of putting as many organizations on .co.za happens? So I don't know, perhaps it's the department that should tell us to say what interventions are being made at that point. And just for clarity, I'm not sure if I understand if the CFO position and the finance manager position are the same things. So those are the two things on .ZADNA. Chair, with SITA, with the appreciation that the term of the acting chairperson is going to be ending because it's a 6 months appointment, which was really temporary and too short. We have seen over the years how the leadership instability as SITA has compromised the organization. Again, is the department at liberty to tell us what plans there are to ensure that there is continuity post the 6 months when the tenure of Ms. Mutau would then be expected to expire in continuity and solid leadership as we are seeing at this point. Honorable Matafa has really covered me on the issue of the overpricing and the monopoly and the above market pricing. My question then becomes contract management. SITA is telling us that it has clients who owes them. And as Honorable Delisha says, it is government organizations that are owing SITA as another government entity. What mechanisms is SITA employing in terms of contract management? And to take the point of Honorable Delisha further to say, also what engagements is SITA having with National Treasury, for example, to perhaps ensure that funds for IT services are ring-fenced, because what we are now facing is a potential collapse of government services, because going again back to the issue of contract management, what recourse does SITA have with clients that are not paying them, but they continue to use their services? So where do we find that balance, and how quickly can that be done? Because again, we will be sitting here in 6 months talking about the existential threat to SITA. And Chair, I really worry when organizations such as SITA talks about the automation of procurement processes in 2026. One would have thought that being an IT company of government, they would be the custodians of such processes. How far are they going with their processes of really automation? Because it's where you've got the human element, where room for corruption really is made bigger. And Deputy Chairperson, okay. And Chair, let me pause there and thank you so very much.
Thank you, Honorable Botlani. Let me just check if there are any other honorable members whose hands are up. There are no honorable members whose hands are up. Maybe then let me engage, share my reflections on it. Colleagues, let me begin with maybe ZADNA first. ZADNA, you've indicated that in your Q1 reseller target was not achieved. In fact, with 0 resellers trained against your target of 33. And you attributed this to the need to revise the course content for the target audience. And in Q2, you did a strong comeback, training 44 resellers. Now, what we observed therefore in Q1, the training was essentially abandoned rather than being adapted or rescheduled. Now, can you explain to us, ZADNA, why, or rather what internal approval and review process caused such a fundamental readiness failure at the beginning of the financial year in this program, and what accountability have you since applied? And maybe whether the revised curriculum, has there been any form of validation, maybe from an external source, that it's fit for purpose? Regarding the matter of the CEO, Mr. Mpisane, which has been pending since Q1, at least Q1 and Q2 of the current FY, we note in the presentation that Mr. Mpisane was served with a notice that may be closed, that the matter may be closed for non-compliance with filing requirements. Now, given this prolonged duration of this matter and its potential reputational and financial implications for ZADNA, can ZADNA provide an assessment maybe of the cumulative costs, legal costs that you've incurred to date, whether you've explored any possibility of a settlement, and is there any contingent liability either disclosed in the financials, or do you think we should be disclosing in that regard? Now, you've deployed 250 digital presence platforms in schools during Q2 as part of the school digital presence program, with your annual target being 1,000 deployments. Now, whilst this is on target, the presentation that we've received doesn't disclose to us the provinces or the schools that received these platforms. what connectivity infrastructure exists to make platforms functional, and maybe how ZADNA is measuring actual utilization and the educational impact. One of the observations we made during our oversight in Eastern Cape is the gadgets are there, but the ability of entities and these public spaces to utilize it effectively, especially in schools and clinics, etc., was non-existent or it was weak. Can you give us an indication, maybe via a geographic breakdown of deployments to date, the criteria that you have used to select your beneficiary schools, and maybe what monitoring mechanisms have you deployed to ensure that these deployed platforms are actually actively being used? Now, your industry-wide domain name management process was developed and stakeholders were engaged in Q1. And we saw a reduction in domain-related cybersecurities within the .ZA domain was reported and achieved in Q2. Yet your presentation doesn't present to us a baseline number of incidents, the reduction achieved, or the methodology that you had used to achieve this indicator. Maybe can ZADNA give us some actual figures underpinning this target, including the number of domain-related cybersecurity incidents, both in this period and in the prior year. ZADNA, you've missed your commercial domain name registration target both for Q1 and Q2. You've recorded, I think, 72,000 some odd in Q1 and against the target, and 78,000 in Q2 against a target of 90,000. Now, this is a consistent shortfall. And this puts your annual target of new commercial domain names at risk. Now, beyond just the awareness campaigns and the registry meetings that you've highlighted, what structural interventions is ZADNA pursuing to address this increased deletion rates? And have you separated, and can you provide us with data on which sectors and demographics are actually driving non-renewal of domain registrations? And maybe lastly for ZADNA, you report concluding 10 internet governance engagements in Q1 against a target of, I think it was 5, and 8 in Q2 against a target of 7, both being achieved. However, in your presentation, you haven't provided us any qualitative account of the outcomes, the poly positions advanced, or the South African interests that were promoted through these engagements at international forums. Now, can you provide this committee with a substantive report on what South Africa's position was at the key IG forums during this period, which international policy decisions directly affect the .ZA namespace, and maybe how ZADNA's engagement outcomes have influenced or will influence domestic internet governance policy recommendations to the minister. And maybe coming now to SITA, I think my colleagues have spoken about, Honorable Singh may have asked this question, but an area that I have personally been noted to be concerned about was when the minister announced there are now options that are available for government departments to look outside SITA. What has been the impact of that? Has that happened? It was a concern that was raised. Has that happened, and has that impacted on your operations? I think that will be the first very high-level question. CEO of SITA, I'm not too sure. I think I heard you saying prescription period of 24 months. The last time I checked, it was 36 months or 3 years, but maybe we can correct that, or rectify me. Does your revenue, SITA, include any private enterprises? Are you allowed to service private enterprises? And I think we've dealt with the issue of pricing was dealt with by my colleagues. So maybe let's come back to, you report a decline in the target achievement rate from 77.78% to 63%, despite your overall target increasing from 9 to 11. Now, can you explain why this trajectory, whether this trajectory, this declining trajectory reflects a structural deterioration in program execution, or is it merely just increased indicator complexity in Q2? And maybe what performance management interventions have been activated at the level of board? I don't want us to be sidetracked by seeing a figure of huge amounts, but the fact is, so maybe that would be my question. And my second question to SITA is, you reported a surplus, year-to-date financial surplus in this audit period of Q1 and Q2. However, your presentation attributes this positive variance, and I think one of my colleagues has covered this, largely due to the net finance income rather than operational service revenue performance. Now, what steps are you doing to grow service revenue organically? And does SITA consider its current business model sustainable if operating revenue continues to underperform? Now, in your variance analysis, it reveals a 155.1 million shortfall directly attributable to delays in signing the South African police annexures. Now, given that SAPS is a critical client and that delays appear to be on SITA's side, what governance failures allowed this contractual documentation of a client of this size to remain unsigned in the second quarter? Maybe what accountability measures have you applied to those responsible in managing this SAPS account? My colleagues have delved deeply, and we ought to, into the debt collection, which reveals that 54% of your total debt of 1.32 billion is more than 30 days old. And entities that you've identified are like the GP, Department of E-Government, the City of Johannesburg, and the National Prosecuting Authority. Now, what formal intergovernmental coordination has taken place with the National Treasury? I know CFO mentioned we report it to the ministry or the chairperson, but I think it would have been CFO, with National Treasury to compel these departments and municipalities to honor their financial obligations. And we really want to underscore this because, colleagues, we don't want a scenario when we respond when the horses have bolted out of the stable. Often we've seen in our entities, when we start having poor collections, as the case is, it ultimately leads into the inability of the institution to be agile and responsive. It weighs down on entities. Now, you reference SITA's strategic transformation into the State Digital Services Agency as a key pillar of the institutional repositioning. Yet, unfortunately, no performance indicator, no milestone, or legislative amendment process is presented to us to demonstrate concrete progress towards this transformation. Can you confirm to us what is the status of the State Digital Services Agency repositioning? What legislative amendments to SITA Act are required, and maybe what is the timeline that you will hold yourself to for this transition? Now, coming back to revenue, your revenue analysis further reveals that 34 million, a shortfall of 34 million in your cloud hosting services, which was attributed to slower than expected onboarding of government clients into the CFI cloud and the Oracle Cloud Platform. Now, given that cloud migration is central to SITA's transformation into the State Digital Services Agency, what specific barriers are delaying client migration? And does SITA have a binding onboarding schedule with affected departments, affected supported by ministerial or treasury directives. Maybe sticking with the variance analysis, your variance analysis further identifies that 220.4 million shortfall was attributed to lower than anticipated customer usage of SITA services. But this reflects a fundamental disconnect between SITA's revenue forecasting model and the actual government consumption patterns. Can you explain to us what methodology underpins this demand forecasting? Whether service level agreements with client departments include a minimum usage commitment, and what commercial interventions are you exploring to close the structural gap in service consumption? Because clearly such huge differences has to be interrogated more closely. Maybe colleagues, I'll park it there and hand them back to maybe the ZADNA chairperson of the board to read the responses, and then we'll move across to SITA. Chairperson of ZADNA, the floor is yours.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
DM, I hear you.
I'm still around.
Okay. DM. Okay, DM. I thought I'll bring you in at the end, but let me hand to you to respond because you did indicate you have a flight.
The challenge I have is that I should move across.
Okay.
There's one or two strategic issues, if that English word is the right one to use, that I thought I want to raise for the attention of all of us. For instance, is the issue of results-based management as it pertains to both institutions. It's a matter myself and the minister agreed that we need to interrogate it very, very closely. Because I think Honorable Matafa raised it, and the chair, you also raised it. Just to give an example, if I'm able, if you can be patient with me. For instance, there's always a risk of discussing a lot of enablers and probably not deal with all these enablers. What outcome or strategic change are they targeted for? I think there's an improvement across the board, but I think this area of results-based management in government is very key. I'll give you an example. For instance, if you go to ZADNA, which I know I'll be sitting with them very soon, so that we continue with all humility to commit ourselves to improve in this area. And which is, in my view, an area which must be mutually understood between the executive and parliament. Because once the nature of results that are expected is mutually understood between the parliament and the executive, and the expectations become commonly understood. Just to give one example, these are areas I'm just saying I'm flagging for commitment for all of us to work on. For instance, if you talk about ZADNA, ZADNA is supposed to have development participation goal. It's supposed to have growth of local digital economy. It's supposed to have the economic fair effect, national digital identity branding, and all those kind of issues. Now, the question is, how do you measure whether ZADNA is taking the country in that direction? Because conventional language, they will agree with me, Chairperson, this is a specialty, will demonstrate that a domain name system is about a sovereign infrastructure. It's about a national digital identity. It's about, I can go on and on, but let's give one example now. For instance, if we talk on participation, what would be the outcome there? Seemingly, it makes sense to say the number of citizens and SMEs registered in the domain. I think Honorable Matava spoke about that. And then growth in local website and digital services could be another indication whether indeed the internet governance is working. The formalization of informal businesses. I'm just giving example. For instance, what would be the economic effect there? SME is moving from social media to own digital assets and so on. You can go to SITA, for instance. On SITA, there is also critical strategic objectives that SITA needs to focus on. We discussed this with the minister. That there's always a risk. We take responsibility for this, minister. We're not grieving. These are the matters we are committing to actually get close and deal with them, Chair. For instance, we have spent a lot of time in SITA discussing the procurement of services, as if that is their central strategy, what to call mandate. Yet, if you look at issues of efficient, centralized ICT service delivery, that deals with issues of minimizing duplication and efficiency across government, success in standardization of enterprise, architects across government, and so on. And then secure reliant government systems, enabling digital government services. What I'm trying to say is that we need to interrogate, and that is what we're committing myself and the minister, the results of strategic nature that these institutions must achieve. Because there's always a risk of discussing monies spent, shortage of capital, not measuring against the strategic intention of these institutions. I could be making a confession of something I will accept if I'm to blame, but I'm saying I just wanted to highlight, looking at the anxiety of Honorable Matafa and the anxiety that found expression as you close asking question that is an elephant in the room where we look at what are the strategic impact to define them. How do we, once we are in a common way, whether we're in that direction or not? I'm not sure that makes any sense, but having said that, one is comfortable that both institutions are improving, but this remains a major issue to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you, DM. DM, I also note that you did indicate that you're going to leave us at, you have a flight at 12:20, you indicated. So thank you for your inputs. Let me then hand to the let me hand to the chairperson of .ZADNA to lead the responses for .ZADNA.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry, Honorable Bodlani, come in.
I thought maybe before you let the DM go, you will just maybe remind him about my direct question about the leadership stability at SITA, which I think would be something that needs to be answered at that level. And
thank you. DM, I think that's a very valid question with the chairperson, chairpersonship.
Thank you, Chair. I hope honorable members will remember that stability anchors at the state of the board, which is far advanced. I think it's on the way to the cabinet now, because once that is done, it means the center or the apex of the institution is hopefully put where it's supposed to be. The chair of the board would have already informed you that when is the MD starting, but the accounting authority is one area we've been focusing on to stabilize the institutions. I hope the honorable member is not asking me to discuss the symptoms of that non-stability, but the strategic interventions to actually lead to actually eliminating those symptoms. I'm not sure if that suffices a response to the member, to the honorable member.
Yeah, I think as a committee, what Honorable Bodlani is raising a very fundamental question. We're going to have the chairperson is going to be with us for 6 months and then leave us. And there's going to be that leadership vacuum in the board. What is the expectations by when are we intending to resolve that? Have you got any definitive clarity around that there? That is a very focused question. Are you seized with addressing
My
that?
expectation says that the next cabinet is supposed, yes, my expectation, because the final board to be recommended, the minister is, what is left now is that the authorizing institutions, that is the cabinet committees and the cabinet, needs to actually take that matter to conclusion. Otherwise, the minister has actually signed off that intervention.
Okay.
But it's waiting for those who ultimately authorize. Thanks.
Thank you. I think I didn't fully capture that initially. Honorable Bolani, I hope that gives you some comfort that the matter is being dealt with by the minister, awaiting the cabinet authorization. Thank you, DM,
I'm
for that.
happy, Chair, and it sounds like we're standing between DM and his lunch.
He seems to be enjoying his lunch.
Thank you, honorable member.
DM, I'm fasting, DM, so I won't ask you what you're enjoying for lunch. Okay, so I think we had enough of Tatile Gashle Maji. Let's get back to serious responses from the chairperson of the board of ZADNA. Chairperson?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And I will start with the issue of how are we collecting debt collection at ZADNA. I think we have been in discussions with USASA for the longest time to try and recoup what's owed to ZADNA. And still we haven't yielded the desired result in terms of getting USASA to pay us back. But also the thing is there has been a lot of changes at USASA, having to brief everyone, every new person who's coming about the project. So that also might be what is delaying the process, having to always have to engage new people and explain to them what has transpired. And I think Ms. Singh did ask in relation to this question about how do we start spending money on a project when we hadn't received the money yet. How the contract that we have, the SLA that we had with USASA was that we would raise a purchase order once we have finalized the work that we had intended to do, which is what we were doing. It wasn't like we were going to get the money up front and therefore USASA would be paying us, but it would be that once the work was done, then we would submit all of those to USASA, and to date they still haven't paid that money. It wasn't that we were reckless in terms of how we decided to implement the project that we were doing with USASA. Coming back to the role of the department, maybe the department will go into detail on this, but the DM had written to USASA on this matter also, and yet we still haven't gotten like I said, the desired results. Moving on to the target of your commercial domains. Like I said when I started, is that how we calculate a new domains registered is that we take the new registration, we subtract the deletions, and then we take the net registrations from there. It's not that the target is not reached, but it's that we're not retaining as many as we should. And I think we're trying to put in place mechanisms to understand why is it that people are not re-registering their domain names, but also to say that in terms of some of the methodologies or some of the things that we are doing as ZADNA to try and get people to re-register, we always inform them prior to their domain name expiring that the domain name is going to be deregistered after such a time and all of that. And also the fact that we are working with the registry operator, which is a South African Registry Consortium, to actually, try and create awareness, to be on top of things and assist in terms of getting people to retain their domain names. The next, and also when we talk about ZADNA and the revenue, I think what we realize is that as ZADNA, we have only one source of funding, which is the domain name fees. And that, I think Ms. Ndlovu did allude to the fact that we have now a diversification strategy for revenue that we are going to implement to see what else is it that ZADNA can do to get more revenue rather than to rely on the one source of funding, because I think it is a huge risk to always be dependent on one source of revenue. So we are working on that, and that will be implemented in the next financial year. There was also a question on the board fees in increasing that is it because when the reasons that were given was that there were other meetings that had to deal with the financial annual financial statements and so on and so forth. But also to say that as ZADNA, in this current year, we had a lot of meetings because we had to deal with other issues that were of strategic nature that as a board we had to meet. And I think we tried as a board also to waive some of the board fees, because we realized that we cannot be getting board fees all the time, but we had to meet given the nature of the matters that we were dealing with as ZADNA. I think one was the issue of the CO, where we had limited time to complete and get the processes on the way and get the reports and all of that. So those were the issues that were coming in, where we had to have more board meetings than we had anticipated. And I think in terms of what we're doing now, as ZADNA, is that we are looking at the board remuneration policy, and we are looking at actually decreasing the board fees to a lower figure, given that, like I said, ZADNA is a very small entity, therefore everything has to be aligned with the size of the entity that ZADNA is. I think I will leave some of the questions to my colleagues to respond to. Maybe the last one that I will respond to would be on the issue of Mr. Mpisane, the former CEO. We have spent close to about 400,000 on the labor matter with Mr. Mpisane, but this matter is from 2019. And I think we have reached finality, and I think there aren't any skeletons or anything that will jump out of the closet to say that any unexpected issues that might come out of this process. This process has been finalized and has been archived. So that's where we are. I'll hand back over to the CEO to respond to the rest of the questions.
Mr. Madal?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, the board chair, for the answers that you've given to the previous questions. Chair, I will start with a question in relation to the issue of the vacancy rate. For quarter one, we had 8%, quarter two, we had 4%. And also maybe to explain that at ZADNA, we don't have the finance manager position. We have the executive manager, finance, and we also have the financial accountant. So those are the positions in relation to the question that was raised by Honorable Singh. Chair, there were a number of questions that were also given to us in terms of the activities that we have done. Chairperson, you were asked a question about the geographical areas of the 250 workspace that we have deployed in quarter two. The one that we have done, it covered the areas of Free State, Mpumalanga, Gauteng, and Northwest Province. And the criteria that we used was to make sure that we only cater for those that don't have existing domain names within their schools. And of course, part of monitoring would for us to work with our partners to go and check every now and then if the platforms are really being used up to the maximum. Chair, you further went on to ask the question about the reduction processes that we've done for the domain names on cybersecurity incidents. For Q1, the reduction was at 37%, and that were reported and taken down. In Q2, we had 65 incidents that were reported, and 56 of them were taken down. So those are some of the activities that were done for that quarter. Chair, I think the chairperson answered the question of the former CEO and the amount that was used. There was a question in terms of the awareness and the target for the domain names. I think the chair covered that as well to say that we get our revenue from the domain names registration. So while we have the target for the commercial domain names, it also talks to the target that we have in terms of our revenues and the entire money that we want to plan for the next coming APP. I think one other question was in relation to the fee for the domain name. How much does it cost for the ZA domain name? The wholesale amount is 65 Rand, and I wouldn't say it's expensive if we compare to the other countries within Africa. Maybe I should also take the opportunity to also inform members to say that we remain the only entity in the country. I mean, not in the country, in the continent. ZADNA remain the only entity in the continent to have domain names that are registered that are over 1 million. As we speak now, the domain name at our side ZA are over 1,389,000. So that gave us some time to also to understand that there's something good that we're doing. And we also try to explain them to the public the importance of getting as a domain name instead of using the other TLDs. I think the chair touched on the issues of the USASA. I think I've covered the rest will be, the rest might be the financial related questions. And I can just come in if there's something that I need to add. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can we then take Ms. Ndlovu to respond to the finance questions?
Thank you, Chair. I think the colleagues did answer most of the finance-related question. I think the only question that hasn't been responded to is the one that is with regards to the international travel. There were two, basically with the international travel, the places that the board went to include Norway, for the ITF International Conference, as well as to Tanzania for the same international, for the same conference, which is the ITF conference. So those were the two international conferences that the board did attend. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Chair.
Come in, Mr. Matavu.
Chair, maybe just one question that I think we didn't answer that came from Mr. Matafa was the question in relation to the process that we use in terms of setting up the targets. Chair, we don't just come with a question with the targets from our own minds. We normally have some assessment, or part of what we do is the situational analysis that we do a year before, and also invite the stakeholders for the feedback sessions so that we should know what is it that we're not doing or what is it that they would want us to do. So when we then formulate the targets for the next financial year, it will be coming from that kind of approach and the collaboration that we have done with the stakeholders. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Madabu. The chairperson of the board of SITA of ZADNA, let me just check with you. Are you satisfied? Is there any additions from your side before we move off ZADNA?
No additions from my side, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the team from ZADNA. Colleagues, can I just check with the colleagues? Are we good with ZADNA? Is there any clarity seeking question whilst I got ZADNA? Nothing before I move off ZADNA. Okay, thank you. Let's then invite Chairperson Ms. Madau from Chairperson of SITA to lead the responses, please, from your team.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will start firstly with highlighting the critical question by Honorable Matafa. I think Honorable Kudisha as well as Honorable Botlani and yourself touched on it, which is the issue of debt collection. And because this is a persistent issue and it has impact on delivery of core mandate, what are we doing about it? I think certainly, as I've highlighted on the overview, there has been efforts in making sure, number one, that we get into longer SLA. However, that does not remove the problem, because on an annual basis, you still need to go through finance approval for a purchase order. You've rightfully indicated, Honorable Chair, that there has been delays on the part of SITA. You are correct. We have been guilty and we've contributed to this, and measures are being put in place to make sure that we improve in how the annual sign-offs should happen. Another aspect that was highlighted by the CFO was that in our debt collection policy, as well as the SLAs, we've now included a clause that indicates that we will continue billing at an agreed rate for the previous years. Because what's happening right now, like for SEPs, for instance, approximately 60% of the debt that of 1.3 billion is due by SEPs. As the CFO indicated, we have not been billing SEPs. We've just been accruing because there is no purchase order. Now, the key thing with this particular change that we've implemented now in the SLA, it will allow finance to be able to continue invoicing at a previous price. Honorable Bodlani spoke to the aspect of contract management. What are we doing in the interim? Some of the aspects, as I'm saying, in terms of improving our contract clauses, improving our debt collection processes, and also Tanya's engagement, because SITA has delayed also in that particular regard to address some of the things. There was also a key question that was asked about intergovernmental engagements with National Treasury. I think that's a good recommendation that we'll definitely take to heart, because I think up to now we've escalated up to our own minister, up to our own department. But I think that the pointer that is being given by honorable members is one that will take into account of engaging Treasury. Because, Honorable Chair, one thing that is clear is the fact that the service provider that is not being prioritized is SITA. It's not the private sector, because the private sector has the lever of pulling and of switching of services and disrupting service delivery. However, SITA is considerate, and as an understanding our mandate, we don't pull that lever as quickly. But we're also realizing that it is not helping us, because one of the key questions you asked, Honorable Suprata, was to say, what are we doing in terms of ensuring that we improve our service revenue organically? And a key thing linked to that will be ensuring that we are able to bring about innovative product that we can roll out in the public sector to solve key services and to develop those particular products. Capital is necessary, and that capital should come from the services that we are rendering. And that's why one of the key interventions that we're putting in place right now, even when we approved the pricing model, was to look at our business development and say, how can we enhance service? How can we advance our service revenue? And core to that was to say that over the years, SITA has developed around 117 e-services solutions. Some of those are not even deployed to one client. And one of the key things was to say some of the low-hanging fruits is to look at those e-services, restructure them if necessary, and take them out in terms of providing those and upselling those. And that's part of our key business development plan that is under deployment right now. But the acting MD will talk on this in terms of the detail that is happening on that. Another aspect that was raised by Honorable Matafa, and he is correct, in terms of the customer experience, one of the key things that has been raised has been pricing. This review of the pricing model on network pricing is just part of solving the problem. There is a wider problem. The wider problem is the fact that SITA sometimes serves as a reseller of international solutions, if I can put it like that. So what does that say? It then means that there has to be efforts of developing solutions that we have that are proprietary to SITA, that are SA originated, if I can say that. But what that does, again, it links to the availability of capital in making sure that we are able to do that. And also in reviewing pricing, the reason why we're sometimes expensive in delivering some of these solutions that we are just resellers too, and we're adding a margin, is because some of these OEMs, when they go direct to those particular departments, the margin that SITA is adding and all of that might not be reflected. So there is a resolution and a process that is underway, Honorable Chair, of reviewing our overall pricing model. But there is a long-term consideration that needs to be made, which is what the DM was talking to in terms of the strategic positioning of even the solutions that we deliver, so that we're not mainly a reseller of solutions that are out there, sometimes not even South African. Another aspect that I think Honorable Matafa was on point is to say that at times SITA is seen as causing delays from a procurement perspective, and YS, it is not necessarily the case. We take a responsibility, and that's why we are implementing a procurement automation to fast track some of those things. However, as Honorable Matafa has highlighted, there are aspects of our committees, and those are core committees in the procurement cycle. The bid specification committee, the bid evaluation committee, those committees are constituted not by SITA personnel, but by the clients. And that means in delivering any procurement transaction through SITA, it is a partnership between SITA as well as the client. And what we have found, and the board has requested it, what we have found is in instances where there has been unusual delays, and we have asked for a timeline in some of these transactions, you would find, for instance, that to constitute a BEC to evaluate transactions, because then it means you need representative from the procuring department, it takes 9 months for the client to make themselves available. Right now, in the agreement between SITA and the department, there is no mechanism that SITA pulls to ensure that you bring them to the table in time. One of those mechanisms that we've also discussed and explored, you need to have penalty clauses if there are those delays. And I've heard there's been pushback in the past from the very clients saying that it will be fruitless expenditure on their report and it might cause inquiry from oversight bodies. However, what that does is there is no accountability in ensuring that there is a quick turnaround time. And that responsibility does not only solely fall on SITA. And we have directed that this needs to be reviewed, and we need to come up with mechanisms of how we can actually stem this particular challenge. You are correct, Honorable Matafa. Another thing that I want to speak to, I think the CFO will speak to the aspect that Honorable Galisha has talked to in terms of other income. And you are correct, Honorable Galisha, that qualified audit is not enough. We are supposed to move to clean audit, and that is the transition that we are in. But what the committee has acknowledged previously is having moved from a disclaimer to a qualified has been an improvement, and that was acknowledged, but it is not enough. There are internal control weaknesses that we are working on, and there is intentional focus, even from the oversight of the department, that we transition out of this. And that is why I was saying, in addressing some of the internal controls, the weaknesses that AG highlighted, where there is focus. And I think the leadership of Mr. Reddy in terms of increased focus in this particular regard has certainly helped. And up to now, as I said earlier, 70% of the findings and internal control weaknesses that we highlighted have been implemented. We still have 30 to go, but what we decided was to prioritize those that have material impact on the audit report, as well as some of the things that had impact on emphasis of matter and in prioritization thereof. So you are right, Honorable Galisha, it is not enough. And we're prioritizing that. And there's an aspect you spoke to that I will highlight just at a high level. The acting MD is going to talk to it, of what is the impact on service delivery of some of these debts that are paid late, of some of the services that are procured late. You are correct, there is an impact to the citizens of this country. And the key thing then becomes, if SITA is not, we are trying to manage that, and we're trying to manage that with our own balance sheet and our own financial resources to limit the impact of cutting services to the clinics, to some of the police stations, even though they're not paying us on time. However, overall, in terms of and the solutions that should go out, that we ensure that a continuity, innovative solutions are out there, and they are procured in time. The challenge that Honorable Matafa highlighted in terms of the procurement delays that are as a result of our strategic partner as well, and partly us, should be resolved so that the citizens are not impacted. Another aspect that I'll move to, and Honorable Sin, I would like to apologize if what you received was only the presentation. The presentation was prepared in the manner that it was, on the assumption that a detailed quarterly report that includes full financial statements, full quarterly reports and explanation was tabled. We will ensure that we inquire with the department to try and find out and be guided better in terms of how the presentation should be prepared for the next quarter. The question that I would talk to that you highlighted was on the issue of the vacancy rate. When we reported previously to the committee, we highlighted that SITA had a vacancy rate of approximately 10%. That's across the organization. However, at executive level, vacancy rate was around 64%. And that's why when I gave my overview earlier, I was giving the assurance that there is work underway in ensuring that we reduce the vacancy rate at executive level, which is at 64%, again, to bring stability in that particular aspect. Another area where we have high a vacancy rate was at HOD as well as regional managers. Now, these are key levels in terms of creating stability. And that is why, in terms of what we are prioritizing to fill, is one of those key things. Lower level vacancies are very low. And in terms of what is the recourse, Honorable Bodlani, that we are taking as SITA, maybe we can be guided differently here by the honorable members. We have tried not to switch off. The only recourse, and we are not necessarily penalizing in terms of charging interest, which would reflect as wasteful expenditure on the side of the receiving departments. However, one of the key things that I think would be necessary is in terms of ensuring that at a minimum, we start invoicing, because what will show on the other side is it will show that they are paying their creditors more than 30 days. Right now, nothing shows on their side, even on their oversight committees, because they have not signed the SLA for us to invoice them. And as a result, we are just accruing, unable to invoice. But when that mechanism is kicked in, their oversight committees should be able to see that, no, man, you are paying your creditors late. Why is that? And I think it will help. It's not enough. And you are correct, Honorable Bodlani. Automation at SITA is not at a level it should be, particularly as a key institution that should be driving digitization in the public sector. And that is why one of the key things that we have resolved on, and we have already appointed a person to act in that position. For years, SITA did not have a chief information officer. That position was not reporting to the board. That has resulted in SITA internal systems lagging behind in terms of digitization. And right now, we have appointed an acting CIO. There is a strategy, ICT strategy, that the board considered late last year, which should help us to move. The minister has also written to us to ensure that we improve, and he is monitoring certain operations to be automated. I think the acting CEO will again speak to that particular element when it comes in. And the other aspect that I will talk to before I invite the other colleagues is what the chairperson has highlighted in terms of, I think, the strategic positioning. In terms of the strategic positioning and the timeline, certainly the department is overseeing that. What we have decided as a board was in terms of how do we input into the process and give our position and some of the suggestions that the shareholder can take into account. And that is underway in terms of submitting a position paper of contributing to that. And I think that timeline is within the department. The other aspect that I think, Chair, you have correctly engaged was in terms of the aspect of the methodology that looks into why is there such a big mismatch between the revenue and how we are forecasting usage by our client. I acknowledge there might be a need for us to reviewing our forecasting because it appears to be lagging behind, but I believe the acting MD will talk to that. Another aspect that I'll just at a high level now speak to was when we dropped in Q2 in terms of the targets. What were the interventions that the board has implemented such that we can say now, as the executive for strategy was highlighting, there has been an improvement, and we are expecting that for when we close the year, at least in terms of APP targets, we should be at 70. At the end of Q2, when the board saw that, we then requested that there has to be weekly monitoring by the executives, and as a result, there is a war room that has been formed to improve that turnaround throughout the different pillars. I don't like the word war rooms. I usually like to say working committees, but that has been put in place. It is reporting through to the board, and that is intended to ensure that we improve overall, because when we saw that dip, we were concerned that if certain mechanisms are not put in place, we will get to year end and the picture will still not be pleasing. And that's why we are able to say that there has been an improvement and we're actually forecasting an improved outcome for the year. I then want to welcome the acting MD, who will be followed by the interim CFO. I will come in at the end with your permission, Chair. Over to you, acting MD.
Thank you, Chairperson. Am I still audible, Honorable Chair?
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Honorable Chair, I'm going to cover Honorable Matafa's question around customer dissatisfaction. Honorable Chair, there is a lot of mechanisms that we put in place to collect data in terms of how our clients perceive us. And one of the things that come in an amplified manner is that our clients are always complaining about the speed of delivery and also the price of our offerings. And we have interventions in place regarding that. We are upskilling and reskilling our internal competence for delivery in terms of us having the skills that actually match the industry required skills to deliver in our domain. And the other thing that we are doing is to make sure that we are partnering with the entire industry, private sector, other organs of state, to make sure that we augment our capacity for delivery. And that is the part of the strategic intent of the organization. And the other thing that we are doing in terms of price, we are making sure that we optimize our pricing models. The chairperson of the board spoke to it in terms of the pricing models for our network offerings. And out of now, if I can just share some statistics with you. In terms of our training for this year, we have several certifications across all the technical functions, infrastructure, networks, applications development, cybersecurity, and out of our complement of more than 3,400 employees, we have trained 2,540, which comes to about 73%. And those trainings also include certifications that we took our staff to. And the other thing that we are doing is putting together service improvement plans that we're executing against based on the data that we have collected as to why our clients are not happy. And this also comes to the question of revenue as we put these measures in place, how do we make sure that we are still sustainable? We are also innovatively thinking in terms of making sure that whatever we have can actually be repackaged and resold to the other clients who are requiring to consume such offerings that we have. The chairperson of the board indicated to the fact that we have we delivered about 117 e-services that are currently consumed via our e-government portal. And some of those are transversal in nature. And we are taking them, repackaging them, and making sure that we can stimulate demand across the departments that require similar services. And those services are relating to services such as e-recruitment, which can be consumed and consumable by many departments across all spheres, including local government. And we have indigent household. Indigent household is required by COCTA currently to be elevated and be a national digital platform to service the municipalities nationally. And the other ones are the services such as e-leave and e-submissions. All those are required by the government, the various government departments. So we are repackaging them and making sure that we understand what the demand is in the market and targeting that demand to attract revenue using what is existing. The other thing that is a trend, Honorable Chair, across the industry is to deploy monetized digital assets or monetized digital platforms. Hence, the chairperson was talking about the marketplace also. That is another way of attracting new revenue or creating new revenue streams for the organization, where we can use a digitalized platform, and that platform is servicing the nation in terms of access to services by our citizens and also automating government. At the same time, we use that platform to sell advertising slots and also sell the APIs that we are building, the interfaces to extract data from one source to the other, and those can be chargeable based on usage. And also with the right sensitivity on the legislation around data, we also want to make sure that we leverage off monetizing the data where allowable by law. So those are all the things that we're working on innovatively. And there is something else that Honorable Matafa touched on in terms of the contribution or the role of the client on delayed services. And Mr. Matafa is spot on. When we do procurement, we do there are forward and backward interactions between us and the clients, and you find out that sometimes information is not coming forth from the client. And of course, we have to put mechanisms in place also to stimulate that environment to make sure that there is no disconnect between us and the clients. That's why we have the IT consulting leg that is part of the national and regional consulting team that is interfacing with the client to make sure that there is this connect and connectedness that is continuous between us and the clients. And the other thing that we are doing is to enrich the customer advocacy offering of SITA to keep that interaction and connection stimulated between us and the clients, including the CRMs. So basically, there are elements of delays that are contributed by the clients and also by the unavailability of clients sometimes. And we are working actively on that. And Honorable Zilishe asked a question of how we can be believed when you say we are getting better when we are not paid by our clients. And what we are saying is that, yes, there is that pain. However, we are identifying other means of making sure that we can attract revenue. And this is something that I just referred on in terms of repackaging what we have and making sure that we push it to the demand. And also that requires investment, and that investment comes from the revenue that we generate. So we are finding ourselves in a circular motion also, where if we've got non-payments from the departments, it hampers on the investment, very same investments that we have to make as an organization in terms of automating the organization internally, upskilling and reskilling our staff complement, and also investing towards making available the existing offerings to the demand that is identified across the market. And these are hampering us because they also depend on the investment it depends on the capital that we have and the muscle that we have in terms of the investments to transform SITA into a digital organization also before thinking of or having an aspiration of digitally transforming government. The other thing that Honorable Zilishe asked was regarding the engagements with the National Treasury. And yes, we have active engagements with the National Treasury together with the DPSA to say, maybe for us to reduce this risk or minimize the risk of non-payments, we really need a ring-fenced kind of a fund for digital transformation so that these services that we want to proactively deliver and proactively make available to government can be funded from that pot rather than waiting for government departments, because some of the government departments come to us and say, we like your offering, we want your offering, but we haven't budgeted for it. We don't have budget. And we feel that if we can work together with National Treasury and TPSA to identify this and have a certain fund that is centralized around National Treasury for enabling these offerings, it can work a great deal. But there is a lot of engagement that is happening between us and National Treasury. And the other thing that was asked, if I can get to it quickly, is the issue of SEPs, and this is Honorable Singh. The issue of SEPs leaving SITA. And actually, we have SEPs, and SEPs is still our key client. What we have done with SEPs is to make sure that we have established as an SLA that actually covers 5 years with renewable annexes that are renewable annually. And that sort of brings stability also and predictability and consistency when it comes to SEPs as a business. And also there are questions around the departments that have left SITA in that context. And when we look at our numbers, we are currently servicing about 272 customers. Those are the ones that are receiving services from SITA. And those are across the national parastatals, national departments, and also provincial departments, and some of the district municipalities. When we look at our records, Chair, there is no customer that is existing that has exited services due to the complaints that they are having. Some of the customers exited our system as SITA from the cloud and DR services point of view due to funding constraints from their side, not that it was a service that was not up to standard from our side. So basically, that is what we have in our records. And the other one that was asked by Honorable Bolani was regarding contract management. And in the context that these are the same government departments that were servicing that are not paying us. So what do we do with contract management? And we of course, I'm making sure that we're strengthening the contract management capabilities based on the SCM automation offering that we've put in place. And now we have those early warning indicators and notifications that indicate when contracts are getting to expire. And the Honorable board chair also indicated to effect that it becomes difficult to switch off, even if we're aware that a certain department doesn't pay us. Based on the fact that we provide essential services sometimes that can result to loss of life practically, it is really difficult to cut off the services. So it becomes an ethical versus a financial dilemma. But we do put measures in place to make sure that we can collect debt as much as possible. And our automation offering in terms of SCM was launched or deployed in production last year, 30th September, and we are now starting to reap the benefits of that automated platform. And the refinements are also in place to make sure that we leverage technologies such as artificial intelligence to make sure that the evaluations are also as automated as possible intelligently in terms of doing AI-based evaluations, and also the generation of the evaluation reports that are driven through intelligent AI. The chair of the committee also spoke to the issue of prescription as to what the period is. We can confirm, Chair, that it's actually 36 months, not 24 months. And the other thing that you referred to, Chair, is the decline from the average of 77% performance to 63%. I know the Honorable Chair of the Board also alluded to this. However, this also talks to the delays that we encounter from our clients. The decline, the contribution to the decline also between Q1 and Q2 was caused by the fact that the service was delivered by SITA. There is an e-service under the deeds that was delivered by SITA, delivered in Q1, but the client requested us not to deploy it in production because they wanted that to be combined with a service that was going to be delivered in Q2. And so as much as SITA had done the work, we had to respect the client and hold back and wait for the other service to come in Q2. And we delivered both of them in Q3. So basically there are those dynamics where the client also constrains us in terms of delivering the service. So that is what was contributing, also was a contributor to the decline from 77% to about 63%. And the other thing that was asked by the Honorable Chair, which I have responded to partly, is the one of growing the revenue. Growing the revenue is becoming a necessity for the organization to sustain itself. That's why we are thinking innovatively in terms of looking as to what we have that is existing already. How can it be repackaged and resold based on our market analysis and where the demand is, so that we can attract more revenue? And also following the industry trends of making sure that the platforms, digital platforms that we put as we contribute towards digital transformation in government are self-funding in terms of not requiring a lot of capital from us, but have means of attracting more revenue for us in terms of the advertising slots for industry partners or industry players across the private sector, and also the subscriptions that the government departments can pay us, and also selling the usage of the APIs that we use to make government data available where allowable by laws, and also considering the fact that we are fully legislated in terms of delivering security services to government. We also are packaging our cybersecurity services or offerings to make sure that we can monetize them and bring the required revenue to the organization. Chair, if I didn't cover anything that was asked, you will please indicate, and I would like also, with your permission, give to my colleagues, and maybe they have other questions they have noted to cover. If you allow, Chair, there is the Executive Corporate and Digital Strategy and the CFO on the line. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Acting MD. Can we then get the two other executives to respond with noting that we have another item to go? So in 5 minutes, I'll allocate to SITA to respond.
Chair, I'm happy to go, Chair. Chair, so
Yes,
just to respond to some of and to add some commentary to some of the issues raised by the honourable members, I want to just talk to the SAPS data to confirm what the chair of my board has to say. In terms of the SAPS data, they represent 60% of the total of the outstanding debtors. And part of that reason, like we said, was that the 5-year contract hadn't been signed. So in the first week of February, that signed contract and SLAs with the SAPS has now been signed, Chairperson. And I can confirm that they opened up government orders for about 1.9 billion. So by the end of this financial year, we're going to be able to have achieved that and sorted out the debtors amount, bringing that down. Other interventions with the other debtors that you saw under the list is that we've got legal escalation processes, we've got formal data confirmation processes. We're talking to them through the business agreement clauses that the chairperson of my board mentioned. And we've also had to enter into some payment plan negotiations. And we're very mindful, like all my colleagues have mentioned, around the service suspension protocol. So we're trying to not go there, and we're following the revenue management and the legal process before we go and engage with National Treasury. But certainly, like my acting MD has said, that is something that we're going to have to do. But when we go to National Treasury, we've got to take the evidence that this is the path we followed in terms of the proper revenue management, in terms of the PFMA, Section 51, before we can come and ask you as National Treasury to intervene. So I wanted to add that piece. Then I wanted to respond to Honourable Delicia's comments and her insights. I mean, 110% spot on when you begin to look at, when you're looking past all the what have you got? How have you mitigated? One begins to think about, if you look at innovation and if you saw our R&D number on that income statement, Chairperson, we're certainly not leveraging our very strong balance sheets. Our balance sheet is strong in cash and debtors. But if you look at things like our debt equity ratios, you'll see a debt equity ratio, we're sitting at 0.27% to 1, which means we're not going to go and get finance to leverage our strong balance sheet. We're not bringing through the innovation onto the balance sheet. We're not bringing IP onto that balance sheet. And there's certainly an opportunity to strengthen that balance sheet through the work that we are doing and the innovative projects like Marketplace, like SITA Connect, like all of those. So we're looking at that, Chairperson. And then I wanted to talk about and support again my chair on the qualified audit opinion. Again, the comment made by Honorable Felicia, where she says that, it's fine to, we've got our war room, we've got all of that. But the reason that we had the first of all, the disclaimer and then the qualification is around the issue of fixed assets. The main thing on our balance sheet, Chair, in terms of fixed assets is there's not a lot of fixed assets there. Those fixed assets, they represent things like mainframe equipment, cloud-related equipment, data centers and networks, which include servers and switches. Those things sit inside of SITA. They're difficult to count, and they also sit at a lot of the client sites. So last year in 25, that was scoped out. This year, in terms of the mitigation, Chair, we've almost 100% verified and counted fixed assets. So that's going to be scoped in by the AG this year. And also, Chair, I wanted to mention that we've got policies for impairments. We've got policies for the valuation, which is independent valuations. So that's going to be addressed this year. And we're really working on the internal control improvement. Honorable Shara Singh mentioned the fact that, the creditor days are out. Chair, at the end of September, we had 598 million rand in creditors and it was sitting at 44 days. We acknowledge that there are still some internal challenges in terms of streamlining our processes and our business processes for paying creditors quicker. However, Chair, as SITA, I want to mention this and highlight this. We as SITA are forced to pay private sector. So you have clients like BCX, Liquid, Telkom even, where we have to pay them, because if we don't pay them, it's like pay as you go when you have a service from your service provider, like let's say a Vodacom, Chair. And if we don't pay them, they cut us. So we basically, I want to almost say, we finance some of our clients to the extent that we've got to pay the service provider first so that we don't get cut, and then we claim it, which is what is sitting in the debtors from our clients. So I just wanted to highlight and say that we're managing that. We're trying to bring the days down to 30 days for creditors. However, we are in the process of introducing business performance improvements so that we can streamline the process of paying on time. And then perhaps, Chair, just the last comment I wanted to make in terms of supporting some of the interventions that we need to do when we're looking at things like customer education, and this ring fencing idea we have for, National Treasury to ring fence on the top. It's going to be a difficult conversation, but one of the things we're doing in terms of customer education is to tell our customer what exactly are you paying for when you are paying the SITA. So yes, there's a business agreement, but we're getting smarter in terms of saying you're paying for perhaps hosting services or batch printing or network services or decentralized end user equipment and supplier networks. So those are the things that we're trying to do to help our customer realize the importance of IT services and how the world is changing in terms of the reliance on IT and data for the way they're conducting their business. Chair, I'm going to leave it there, and I'm going to say that for our next sessions, we will make sure that the members have our income statement, balance sheet, cash flow with significant financial ratio analysis so that you're able to make a better assessment and begin to see a lot of the evidence of things like revised pricing model coming through, cost containment initiatives, and have a more insightful conversation with us as we move towards and navigate ourselves towards a repositioned SITA. Chair and members, I thank you.
Norman, before I let you go, just so that I can understand what you said regarding the SAPS contract, Did I hear you say that with the SAPS contract is being dealt with and you expect there to be an improvement in your collections with all this paperwork now being sorted out? Is that my understanding?
Chairperson, that's 100% correct. So they've signed the SLA for 5 years. They've accepted the business continuation clause that will allow us to invoice on time. In fact, in February, just to give you a little bit of an operational insight, we had till the end of December 1,076 invoices that are being processed through our SITA system. So terrible strain on the system, but I mean, we managed to get it over the line. We've got the government orders till the end of the year, and as we speak, the SAPS is on a daily basis paying a lot of the amounts that's going to be due for this financial year. So yes, Chair, it's in hand.
Another point I heard you say is that 60% of your debtors is SAPS. Is that correct?
Correct, Chairperson.
You know that's a recipe for disaster when you're overly dependent on a single customer. So I'm hoping that the board is taking note of diversification of your client base and avoiding over-reliance on a single customer for your survival. That could be really painful if a SAPS has to pull the carpet from under your feet. So let's just be mindful. But I take comfort in the fact that you say to me that the contract is moving in the right direction. The cash flow is going to improve as a result of that. Maybe let's park it off there, colleagues. And I'm not too sure, acting MD, is there anybody else you wanted to bring in from the executive? I did give you 5 minutes, but I'll give you 2 minutes. If anybody wants to deposit anything from the SITA before we give the chairperson to wrap up.
Honorable Chair, I think we are good. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Ms. Madal, let me give you the final comments from SITA.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's only one thing that I just want to add. There was a specific question by Honorable Sin in terms of since Regulation 17.8, has there been any clients that have withdrawn? As the acting MD has indicated, there has not been much movement in terms of the total number of clients. Have we received requests to move in terms of to procure services elsewhere? I think those there were very few, and though I'm not aware of any that has since been implemented. I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chair. Chair, also maybe you just let Mr. Gopal Reddy know that his presence was missed in this portfolio committee. We hope he's safe wherever he's traveling around the world. With all the geopolitical problems we're having, we hope he returns safely to us and all our citizens wherever they are dispersed around the country, around the world. We hope everybody's safe. Colleagues, thank you so much. Let's park that off for the 2 presentations of the Q1, Q2 report of the 2 entities and thank them for, I think, a very thorough presentation, for assisting us in doing a succinct presentation and then allowing us sufficient time to engage. Thank you so much to the teams from ZADNA and from SITA. Giabonga, thank you so much. I know colleagues are now traveling and making their way to their buses. Because I'm chairing, I had to get to the office very early today so that I'm seated over here. So let's now move on to the next and the last item, and that is to receive the oversight report from who will be doing the presentation. Mr. Maleka, Dr. Maduba, can I get a sense from you, that last item on our agenda, please? The oversight report.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. I will be giving the short report. It's not as big as usual in our oversight reports. May I be given the access to share, Hajira? Hajira?
You can go ahead, Mr. Maleka.
Thank you. All right, Chairperson and honorable members, as you know that we undertook and oversight is programmed by Parliament. And we opted to visit some of our troubled entities. And the oversight was to the Gauteng province in the main, from the 27th to the 29th of January 2026. Day one, we started at the MDDA, which is an entity reporting to the GCIS department. And Chairperson, it's safe to say that the committee found the MDDA in a state of severe governance breakdown. With lots of conflicts between the boards themselves, lots of allegations, racialized tensions, and of course, which inherently have a direct impact on the operational matters of the MDDA. Furthermore, Chair, the staff morale, was quite bad in the sense that it also had quite an impact on the institutional cohesion and, the overall organizational culture. And of course, this is all in the purview that the entity is, in fact, she has shown some improvement in the past years in terms of its, audit outcomes and operational performance. But needless to say that this kind of environment that we found is really conducive and sustainable to ensure that it has a more positive trajectory in the future. The interaction with the staff, Chairperson, revealed a lot of deep mistrust, and it was, made mention that there's lots of inconsistencies in the HR practices and lots of unresolved grievances. And staff also felt at some point that there was a lot of victimization going on. And but the overall oversight to the entity really, alluded to instability that stems from structural governance failures and long-standing HR weaknesses. So, and I think it was the resolve of the committee that there needs to be an urgent and intervention into the challenges that are faced by the entity. In terms of the recommendations, Chair, the committee recommended that the minister institutes an independent intervention to restore stability and cohesion between the board, executive, and staff. That mandatory governance refresher course for the board should be conducted within 90 days of adoption of the report. That measures to prevent interference and intimidation of CEO must be prevented. And then provide a report to the committee within 30 days of the adoption of the report. The comprehensive breakdown of legal costs for the last 3 years should be submitted to the committee within 30 days. That an independent organizational climate assessment should be conducted within 90 days of adoption of the report. That a governance improvement plan should be submitted within 90 days. And the reports that an independent labor relations expert should be appointed to review all HR grievances and disciplinary matters, at least dating back to 5 years. And that should be reported to the committee within 6 months of the adoption of the report. That structural internal communication plan should be also submitted within 6 months, and that an extended change management organization should be procured to deal with the interventions there, and that should be within 6 months, and that there should be a review of outsourced functions and a reintegration plan within 90 days. And lastly, that the full audit of the HR policies, recruitment and acting appointments report should be provided to the committee within 6 months. In terms of the second day, which was the 28th, the committee visited USASA and USAF. And again, with that entity, Honorable Chair, The committee noted persistent leadership instability, outdated structures, and severe weakness in financial management. And of course, there was concern over the outcomes, the qualified opinions that it keeps getting. I think that's what the audit outcomes. Of course, the issue of the long-standing collapse of the STB inventory system was also of concern to the committee. And that the transition to the Digital Development Fund has stalled since 2016. So clearly it's creating operational paralysis in the organization, and it leads to uncertainty in terms of the employees and their future. And as such, when we met with the staff, most of the concerns really were around the prolonged suspensions, unfair disciplinary actions, poor communication in terms of this transition that they're supposed to undertake, and ICT underinvestment, and of course, just the declining organizational capability. The committee felt that the broadband rollout and the set-top box distribution has suffered from poor oversight, weak contract management, missing assets, and lack of a national connectivity analysis. So, but I think all in all, the committee felt that they exposed the entity's struggling, capabilities to function, and created a lot of structural uncertainty, and which led obviously to weakened financial controls. And lots of systemic HR practices failures rather. Chairperson, the recommendations from day 2 were that the minister should ensure that they finalize the delegation of authority and report to the committee within 30 days, institutionalize compulsory exit interviews for executives, and with the intention that those reports will be submitted within 30 days of those resignations, and establish clear outstanding reconciliation and strengthen monthly financial controls. Establish consequence management capacity with quarterly reporting within 60 days. Fill critical executive posts urgently within 60 days of the adoption of the report. Develop a new organizational structure aligned with current future mandates within 90 days. Produce a verified national set-top box inventory and write-off plan within 60 days. Streamline broadband program with district-level maps and sustainability framework within 90 days. Provide a detailed roadmap for the disestablishment, and that report should be provided within 30 days. Communicate clearly with staff about employment security, and that should be communicated in terms of how it will be implemented to the committee within 30 days. Develop a structured inter-entity coordination, specifically focusing on USASA, Centec, BBI, and ICASA, and provide that kind of a coordination structure within 90 days to the committee. And then ensure USASA operates fully under its mandate until new legislation is passed. And that should be within 90 days in terms of ensuring that that operation plan is submitted to the committee. Establish board staff communication mechanisms, and that mechanisms report should be provided to us by within 90 days. And expedite labor dispute resolutions and wellness support, and that should be provided within 60 days of the adoption of the report. The day 3, which is the 29th of January, we then proceeded to the broadband infraco hosted at the Centec offices. The committee found BBI strategically important but financially distressed, with negative equity and declining revenue. Although the outcome of the audit has improved, financial sustainability remains a central risk. I will just jump a bit forward, Honorable Chair. The operational challenges include limited spectrum access, inconsistent rural coverage, fragmentation of the South African Connect project, and duplication of public facility connectivity projects. The demonstration of PBI's fiber capabilities confirmed a robust national backbone, but the last mile connectivity remains limited and public institutions still operate at very low speeds, which inherently undermine the digital inclusion goals. The committee concluded that the PBI challenges require urgent executive intervention, rationalization, and coordinated infrastructure strategy, not just on the basis of internal reforms. This is the last part, Honorable Chair. This is the recommendations emanating from the interaction with the BBI, that the minister should ensure that BBI finalize and communicate a decision on broadband rationalization, which is that stage digital infrastructure company within 60 days of the adoption of this report. He should further resolve conflicts of interest where some state SOEs compete with BBI, and perhaps provide a plan to the committee within 90 days. You should further strengthen intergovernmental coordination to eliminate duplication. That report should be provided to us within 60 days, at least the plan. That National Treasurer and the department should consider traditional capital support for the completion of the merger and acquisition of the BBI and Centec. And we would expect some form of a report from the state within 30 days of the adoption of this report. That BBI should submit urgent short-term financial stabilization measures, strengthen oversight of the SA Connect for quality and sustainability, provide some form of a report by 90 days, implement measures for skills retention and professional development, and there should be within 30 days of the adoption of the report. Strengthen last mile connectivity via partnerships and wireless solutions, and that should be within 90 days. Increase minimum connectivity speeds for public institutions, and we should be provided a plan within 60 days. Improve transparency in returns for international cable investment, should be 60 days. And then lastly, Honorable Chair, complement infrastructure rollout with device access and digital skills programs. And that kind of a plan should be at least reported back to the committee within 90 days of the adoption of the report. Chairperson, I'll leave it at that, unless if my colleagues have anything else to add. That is the summation of the report to be adopted by the committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Maleka. And Dr. Muduba, I see your thumbs up. There are no further additions from you, Dr. Muduba. Let me just check with you. You're satisfied with the presentation?
Good afternoon, Chair. Afternoon to the honorable members and the colleagues. I'm all good, Chair. I think Mr. Maleka has really covered everything from the report. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mudupa, and thank you to the content advisors for really presenting to us a very comprehensive report, but more importantly, very, very pointed and time-driven recommendations. We welcome the report and we welcome the work that you have put in, Mr. Maleka and Dr. Mudupa, in capturing the visit that we had undertaken and the report that you presented. Colleagues, are there any discussions that we want to take place? Are there any additions or comments we want to make into the report before I ask you for the adoption of the report? Firstly, are there any additions to the report as is presented to us? If there are no additions, colleagues, can we then have a mover and a seconder for the adoption of the oversight visit report to Johannesburg that we had undertaken as presented by the content advisors? Honorable Matafa?
Thank you very much, Chair. I move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matafa. Colleagues, can someone second the adoption of this report?
Sorry, Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Delisha.
Yes, Chair. Sorry, I'm getting on the bus. But I did capture capture most of the reports. I just want you, Chair, to note that that we reserve our right to the EFF.
I didn't get the last part, Honorable Delisha.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Now I can hear you clearer.
I just wanted to say, Chair, we reserve our right as the EFF.
Okay, you're reserving your right as the EFF.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Noted, Honorable Delisha. Colleagues,
How are you?
Chair, please also see my message on the group.
Okay. Let me just message in the group. Thank you so much, Honorable Budlani. Honorable Budlani says that the report captures the oversight and is well noted. Please note, as the DA, we reserve the rights on the report. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Budlani and Honorable Delisha. Colleagues, we have got a mover for the adoption of the report. We need someone to second the report with those two reservations that are noted by the EFF. Honorable Budlani has indicated in the group that the report does capture sufficiently captures the outline of the visit of the report. Captures the essence of the visit of our oversight visit. Okay, so let's just check if there is no seconder for the adoption of the report. Let us then carry that forward, Secretariat, to the next meeting, where we will have to then engage the report maybe a little further and adopt the report.
Chairperson, is there no one that can just second, or are members online?
Okay. Honorable Singh is here. Honorable Singh. No, there's nobody who is responding. Honorable Delisha and Honorable Budlani have recorded their...
Chair?
Yes?
Chair,
Yes,
sorry, I'm driving. Sorry, I thought it was understood when Honorable Budlani put the message that as the DA, we have reserved our position.
No, thank you so much.
I thought it was understood that I was covered. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Therefore, Chair, Secretariat, we'll park it at this point. We can't adopt the report because we do not have sufficient members no one to second the adoption of the report, unless Secretariat, can the Chairperson second a report adoption? I'm not too sure. Secretariat? If not, let's leave the adoption of the report.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members, and my apologies for not switching on my video, Chair. Chair, I propose that we defer to our next meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was my thinking as well. We have received the presentation. Let members engage the report further, and then we can leave the adoption of the report to the next meeting. Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you so much for your very robust engagement. You will have the opportunity to engage the report, and hopefully we'll bring it up at the next meeting for its adoption. Thank you so much. This meeting is now adjourned. Yabonga.
Ripilele, Chairperson, ripilele.
Thank you.
Don't leave the chair.